right, good evening, everyone. We had a bit of a technical difficulty, so I'm going to call the meeting to order and go on from there. All right, so the NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular virtual board meeting tonight that all can participate in remotely. You can join via Zoom. Specific directions on how to participate are located on the Board of Education webpage on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. The open session part of the meeting agenda begins at 7 p.m. Next item is our reorganization of the board. This is our annual organization of the Board of Education election of governing board officers for 2022. And we begin with item B1A, nomination of the president.
Nominate Trustee Jankowicz.
I second. We have a first by Trustee Gracia, second by Gonzalez-Myers, myself. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Congratulations. And then item B1B, nomination of the vice president.
I nominate Trustee Gracia.
I'll second.
First by Trustee Reiser, second by Trustee Jankowicz. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Absent or abstain? All right, motion passes. Thank you. Nomination of the clerk.
I nominate Trustee Water.
I second.
First by Trustee Gracia, a second by Trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Fantastic, wonderful. We now have our next item, appointment of superintendent as secretary to the Board of Education.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Shu. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Fantastic, great. Okay, we are now moving forward with our adoption of the Board of Education regular board meeting calendar for 2022-2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Jankowicz. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Board member liaisons and representatives to specified committees for 2022. We'll start with item B3A, Curriculum and Student Support Committee.
I move that we appoint Trustee Chu, Trustee Reiser, and Trustee Dooley to this committee.
Second.
A first by Trustee Gracia, a second by Trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Item B3B, Facilities and Technology Committee.
I move that we appoint Trustee Gracia, Trustee Water, and Trustee Gonzalez-Maris to this committee.
I second.
A first by Trustee Gracia, a second by Trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain or oppose? Then item B3C, Finance Committee.
I move that we appoint Trustee Jankowicz, Trustee Gracia, and Trustee Gonzalez-Maris to this committee.
I second.
A first by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Chu. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Item B3D, Policy Committee.
I move that we appoint Trustee Water, Dooley, and Reiser to this committee.
I second it.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Thank you. And then item B3E, Community Advisory Committee, Special Education.
I move that we appoint Trustee Chu to that position.
I second.
First by Trustee Gracia, a second by Trustee Reiser. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Thank you. Item B3F, City of American Canyon Liaison Representatives.
Yes, we'll move Trustees Reiser and Chu for this one.
I'll second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Thank you. And then B3G, City of Napa Liaisons Representatives.
Move to appoint Trustees Dooley, Gonzalez-Maris, and Water to this one.
I'll second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Chu. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Great, thank you. And then Town of Yountville Liaison Representatives.
Okay, I'll move to appoint Trustee Jankowicz and Gracia.
I'll second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Right. The next item is item B4, signature authorizations, register of official signatures of governing board members.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Jankowicz. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. And then item B5, board monthly stipend increase.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain or oppose? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. All right. We are now moving on to item C, which is public comment on closed session items. So before going into closed session, the board is available for public comment on closed session agenda items. Is there any public comment on closed session items, Mr. Michaels?
There's no public comment on closed session items.
Thank you. Seeing that there are none, the Napa Valley Unified School District will now adjourn into closed session. So we are adjourning the meeting. See you at 7.
Good evening. My name is Robin Jankowicz, and this is the Napa Valley Unified School District Board of Education. The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular board meeting tonight that all can participate remotely. You can join via Zoom. Interpretation in Spanish and Tagalog is available for tonight's board meeting. To access interpretation from a computer, click on the interpretation icon on the bottom of your screen from within the Zoom application. On a mobile device, click on the More button on the bottom of your screen and choose Language Interpretation from within the Zoom application. This is a separate channel that will allow you to hear English to Spanish and English to Tagalog translation concurrently. Please note, interpretation services are not available when you join our meeting by calling in. Our Spanish interpreters for tonight's meetings are Isadra Mencos and Francisco Meza. Ms. Mencos, please translate these directions on our English channel so our Spanish-speaking families can access the instructions. Ms. Mencos?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
I'm so sorry. Ms. Menkos is having difficulties logging in.
No problem.
So
We'll take a moment. Thank you.
I can go ahead and give those instructions. If okay, are you ready, Ms. Menkos? Oh, she's still. Okay, yeah, I can give those instructions. Go ahead, please.
Please go ahead.
Sí, buenas tardes. Vamos a estar teniendo esta reunión, interpretando. Vamos a pedir que elijan. Un momento vamos a habilitar la función de elegir su idioma. Por favor, elijan su idioma abajo en la pantalla. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Tagalog interpreters for tonight's meeting are Dennis Castro and Joe Badua. Mr. Castro, please translate these directions on our English channel so our Tagalog-speaking families can access the instructions.
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Dennis. Ako po yung tagasali ng Tagalog. Para marinig niyo po itong pagpupulong sa Tagalog, piliin niyo po yung option na sa pagsalin po sa screen ninyo. Pag nakikinig po kayo dito sa Tagalog, hindi niyo po maririnig yung English na sabay. So, piliin niyo po yung pagsalin ng wika, piliin niyo po ang lingwahe ng Tagalog, at saka maririnig niyo po yung pagpupulong sa Tagalog. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Castro.
You're welcome.
Specific instructions on how to participate in the meeting are located on the Board of Education webpage on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. Can we please start with an attendance call from Vera Morales, Executive Assistant?
Yes, Student Board Member Bit,
Present.
Trustee Jankowicz,
Present.
Trustee Gracia,
Present.
Trustee Water,
Present.
Trustee Ricer,
Present.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Present.
Trustee Shu,
Present.
Trustee Dooley,
Here.
quorum present. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you all for joining us tonight for our Napa Valley Unified School District Board meeting. Public participation remains virtual, online only. This meeting tonight is in accordance with the open meeting rules in the state of California per Assembly Bill 361. I'm going to start tonight with some basic instructions on how we're going to be using Zoom and involve the members of the community. All Board of Education trustees and the superintendent are on video throughout the entire board meeting from here in the boardroom. Other staff members are present by video. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. During public comment, any member of the community that wishes to speak must raise their hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom. You will be unmuted and will be provided 3 minutes to speak. Instructions on how to raise your hand are available on the district website at nvusd.org/board. Trustee Water, will you please report out on closed session items?
Yes, ma'am. E1, student discipline. E1A, suspended expulsions. E1A1, the board recommends for the expulsion for student 12092021A. This is a roll call vote.
Move to approve.
First by Trustee Gracia,
Second.
second by Elba Gonzalez Mares. All in favor?
Roll call.
Oh, it's a roll call. I apologize.
Vera to do it.
Vera, may we get a
Yes.
roll?
Trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
Trustee Gracia,
Aye.
Trustee Water,
Aye.
Trustee Ricer,
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
Trustee Shu,
Aye.
Trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Trustee Gonzalez Mares, would you like to lead us in the flag?
Hold on, we've got more.
Wait, we got a bunch more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know, I'm sorry too. E1A2, the board recommends for the suspended expulsion for student 12092021B.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley.
Trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
Trustee Gracia,
Aye.
Trustee Water,
Aye.
Trustee Ricer,
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
Trustee Shu,
Aye.
Trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, E1B expulsions. E1B1, the board recommends for the continuance of extension of hearing to potential student expulsion 12092021C.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley. Vera, roll call, please.
Trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
Trustee Gracia,
Aye.
Trustee Water,
Aye.
Trustee Ricer,
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
Trustee Shu,
Aye.
Trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
E1B2, the board recommends for the continuance of extension of hearing to potential student expulsion 12092021D.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley. Vera, may I please have a roll call?
Yes, Trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
Trustee Gracia,
Aye.
Trustee Water,
Aye.
Trustee Ricer,
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
Trustee Shu,
Aye.
Trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, and then in E2 personnel, in closed session, the board took action to approve the following staff recommendation. E2A1, Donna Drago to the position of interim principal of Bel Air Elementary School. Congratulations. And H is public comments on non-agenda items. No public comments on
Not there yet, Cindy.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
Okay. Okay.
That's it?
Yes.
Oh,
Now
okay,
we're
sorry.
gonna-
Okay.
Now we're going to move to the flag salute. Elda, Trustee Gonzalez Maras, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Absolutely. You can all stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This meeting is live streamed and recorded via Zoom and will be archived on the district YouTube channel. For a detailed review of any meeting agenda item, the archived video can be referenced and located on the district webpage at nvusd.org. The public can join the virtual board meeting remotely via Zoom. Participation instructions and the process for public comment can be found on the district webpage. F4, approval of the agenda. I would like to recommend approval of the agenda with the amendment that we move item L1B. This is a high interest item, and I suggest we move the item after I3 and before J, the consent agenda. May I please get a motion?
Move to approve with amendment.
I'll second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Chu. Student Board Rep,
Aye.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion passes. Approval of minutes. F5A, November 18th, 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Gonzalez Maras. Student Board Rep,
Aye.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion passes. F5B, approval of minutes November 30th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
First by Trustee Dooley, second,
Hold on. I believe we had some absences there, right?
did we?
That's
Yes,
what
we
we
did.
back
Two-
to board
two
meeting. So those of
absences.
you that were absent, which I believe was
They would have
trustee
stayed.
It's us
Gracia
too.
and
Yes.
trustee Jankowicz. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, second by Trustee Gonzalez Maras.
Correct.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstain? Student Board Rep?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, now we're moving on to recognition of visitors and employee organizations. Dr. Massetti?
Yes, thank you, President Jankowicz. I see tonight that we have Ms. Gail Young and Ms. Leslie Walder present. Mr. Michaels, can you please promote our union presidents? Ms. Gail Young from NVEA, would you like to address the board this evening?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Setti, and community members. I wish you well this evening and glad to be here.
Thank you for being here tonight, Ms. Young. Ms. Leslie Walder, President of NAPS. Would you like to address?
Okay. Yes, this is Leslie Walder, President of NAPS. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Musetti and Student Member Bitt. I know that this evening brings some heavy decisions, and I just wish and that wisdom will guide your decision making this evening, as it always does. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walder, for being here this evening.
You're welcome.
Okay, G, recognition of students of the month. Congratulations to all of our students of the month. We have Vintage High School and New Technology High School. Principal O'Connor, would you like to go first?
Sure, thank you. All right, so good evening and thank you, Dr. Musetti, NVUSD Board of Education, district leaders, and audience members attending this evening. It is with extraordinary pride that I present to you the Vintage High School Board Students of the Month for the months of November and December. Vintage's Board Student of the Month for the month of November is Owen Chapelet. When I prepare to write my Board Student of the Month speeches, I do a bit of my own research on the student. I might talk to a counselor, perhaps a teacher or two, but right off the bat, I print out and analyze their transcript and read over their resume. That's the document they give to the people that are writing letters of recommendation for them for college. There's only one problem with Owen's transcript. It only tells half the story at best. From time to time, there are students who request specialized schedules or accommodations for enrolling in a robust class outside of, maybe at the college level. While this is rare, it does happen each year. What makes Owen such an exception is that his specialized requests and circumstances have resulted in his taking 9 very high-level college courses in the field of cybersecurity and computer science. With classes like Certified Information Systems Security Professional, Web Application Security, and Introduction to Ethical Hacking, I'm glad we have an amazing relationship with Owen. Owen, please always use your cyber powers for good. I could go on forever about Owen. The resume he shared with me is 4 pages long, but I will tell you that what I value most about Owen is that his computer programmer, tech, cybersecurity type of person. He's also known for being empathetic, valuing collaboration, and seeking out the richness of discussions in his classes with teachers and peers. Above all else, Owen has a lived experience learning in challenging circumstances. Owen has dyslexia and dysgraphia. It takes him about 2 to 3 times longer to do assignments than his, in his words, neurotypical peers. He doesn't complain. He sees it as his normal. He credits it with developing his work ethic, and he sees it as an asset. He's already noticed that he's a bit of a natural teacher. He chunks work and learning into small bits, a must for him and a gift for those he teaches. Owen is incredible. Owen, thank you for all you've done, learned, and engaged in during your time in NVUSD. Thank you for reminding all of us what exceptional results we can get when we're flexible enough to accommodate our exceptions. I present to you, Owen Chapelet.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Napa Valley School District Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Musetti, and District Leader. I'd like to thank all of you for hosting me tonight, as well as my principal, Ms. O'Connor, and my counselor, Ms. Watkins, for choosing me as Board Student of the Month. Like most freshmen in high school, I didn't have a plan for the future. However, this changed in the first few weeks of taking Mr. Brochard's introductory programming class. This was a combination of Brochard's teaching skills and his ability to spark passion into the work that we were doing. Since his son and son-in-law are both computer science programmers, Mr. Brochard was able to relate even the most basic concepts to being vital in the workplace. Mr. Brochard encouraged me to go ahead of the class, and when I started taking programming classes outside the scope of the class, he supported me by allowing me to work in the back of the classroom. When I got an email this summer that said that Brochard's honors programming class was reinstated, I practically jumped out of my seat with excitement. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to take another one of his classes this year. Mr. Brochard, thank you very much for continuing to inspire me to follow my passion. Similarly to Brochard, I met Ms. Poyser my freshman year. I was always fascinated, it always fascinated me that Ms. Poyser teaches 2 classes, Honors English 1, a freshman class, and AP Language, a senior class. While most teachers would only pick one or the other, and certainly a teacher with as much skill as Ms. Poyser may not want to teach freshmen, she does this willingly. I'm lucky to have had her for both of her classes. Although I have to admit that I asked to be moved into her AP Language class. Ms. Poyser is one of the most kind-hearted people that I know. She always has a smile on her face, and her love for literature is infectious. She structures her classes so that we spend the entire class period discussing whatever piece of literature we are studying at the moment. Ms. Poyser really cares about what we have to say, which in turn encourages us to share our opinions to the rest of the class. Ms. Poyser, your class never fails to brighten my day. Thank you so much for being a part of my life. So far, you've heard about 2 teachers that I've had since freshman year, and that have greatly impacted the trajectory of my life. However, I wouldn't have been enrolled in any of these classes if it wasn't for Miss Watkins. A few days before my freshman year started, my parents and I went into the counselor's office to discuss my 504. Here, my counselor, Miss Watkins, convinced me to, instead of taking the digital media class my freshman year, take the introductory programming class that Brochard taught. She knew it would set me up to take computer science classes later on in high school. However, Miss Watkins couldn't have predicted how much I would have asked for her. Later on in my freshman year, I had the idea to graduate early. Even though she strongly recommended that I spent all 4 years at Vintage, Miss Watkins put together a plan for me to graduate early. She eventually convinced me to take a more conventional approach to high school, and we came to a compromise on what that meant. I've taken, for the past 2 years, I've taken 4 college classes each year. Miss Watkins has truly gone above and beyond for me, even going as far as letting me drop off important college dual enrollment paperwork for her to sign in the middle of summer. If it weren't for Miss Watkins, I would not have been able to explore my interest in cybersecurity and get a head start in my college classes. Thank you, Miss Watkins. While I highlighted 3 people that have had a great impact on my life, there are countless others. I came to the district in the 7th grade, and that was one of the best decisions of my life. I really appreciated my time in the NVUSD schools, and I'm looking forward to see what comes next. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you, Owen. Our board student of the month for the month of December is Mia Meadows. When Mia walked into my office to meet with me prior to this meeting, we somehow started off our chat with what I was working on. Well, I was working on organizing the data of students in grades 9 through 11 who were failing 3 or more courses. Mia's jaw hit the floor. Mia said, "I think I would throw up if I had an F." It did lead us to having a good conversation about how she might actually deal with getting a B, which she has never experienced before. But there is a possibility of that perhaps this semester. Our fingers are still crossed for her. The good news is that Mia is a very high achieving student, but she's also reflective, balanced, adaptive, and full of a great sense of humor. She's certainly willing to engage with her principal about throwing up. Mia's being selected by her peers in band and her band director as the drum major is an incredible indicator of who she is as a person. Mia's leadership of the band is at a level that exceeds most teachers in terms of classroom management and, truthfully, my own command of those I supervise. She is in charge. She's been playing the flute in the wind ensemble, symphony, and marching band all 4 years of high school. But it isn't just her 3 band classes that keep her busy. Mia has been a gymnast for 12 years, 5 of which have been competitive gymnastics. In more recent times, she's taken on coaching gymnastics as well. As if all the A's, competitive gymnastics, and 3 band classes a year aren't enough, Mia is trilingual, reading, writing, and speaking English, Spanish, she's an NVLA kid, and Japanese. Mia amazes me in what she's accomplished in academics, athletics, music, and language. But Mia's ability to reflect on her experiences, learn from her weaknesses, strive to continue to be her best self in service of others, that's what I value most. Mia, your future may involve a B or 2 here or there. Breathe deeply and know that continuing to be your true and best self in life, a person that enriches the world around you, is what is most important. I'm thrilled that your plan is to major in both kinesiology and psychology, and to have a career in both therapy and physical therapy, a care for the whole person, body and mind. You're a star. I proudly present Mia Meadows.
Thank you. Hi. Good evening, NVUSD Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Musetti, district leaders and teachers, and thank you, Ms. O'Connor, for that wonderful speech. It is an honor to be chosen as the Board Student of the Month. I worked very hard to be in the place I am today, and I can honestly say that I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the support of my family, friends, my amazing teachers, and the rest of the NVUSD faculty that have impacted me through their teaching and guiding. They have been a critical part of not only my educational journey, but my journey in life. I'd like to start by highlighting my amazing counselor, Miss Watkins. Without her, I truly don't know if I would be the person I am today. Her constant encouragement, reassurance, and support has helped me grow to be the best version of myself that I can be. In sophomore year, I was very stressed and I had a lot of anxiety with all the homework and outside commitments that I had. It was to the point where my hair was falling out. I came to Miss Watkins expressing to her the feelings and emotions that I was going through. And she taught me that I needed to give myself more credit and take some time each day to take care of myself and give myself some love. In those sessions, I could see, I think, the longest to-do list I've ever seen in my entire life sitting on that table. And it didn't matter. In those sessions, she sat with me for as long as I needed, listened to every word that I had to say. And I just want to say that I appreciate her so much for everything she does to keep me sane. And this isn't just only for me. I know that she puts this much love and care for every single student that walks our campus. And not only am I lucky, but our entire senior class is so fortunate to have her as our counselor. I truly cannot imagine going through high school without her by my side. Ms. Costolazzo is another teacher that has impacted me greatly and has contributed to my growth. I always knew that in my future, I wanted to be somewhere in the science realm, but she made that passion even stronger. I took Ms. Costolazzo's chemistry and AP chemistry class, and even just after taking her regular chemistry class, I knew that she was an amazing teacher. But this was further proven when I took her AP chemistry class during COVID, virtual learning on Zoom, and she was a fantastic teacher. I think we can all agree that virtual learning through Zoom is not ideal and comes with many, many challenges, but she made it feel like we were in the classroom with her. She adapted to the new environment seamlessly, and she tried multiple facets of learning to see what worked for her classes the best. She made screencastifys, mirrored her Promethean board to our Zoom. She even found different experiments that we could do online, or even performed herself the experiments in class to help us learn visually. She was also always available for any type of help during RTI, and I would go very, very frequently, and she would happily help me and explain all of the questions that I didn't understand. And AP Chemistry was definitely the hardest class that I took, probably ever taken, but every day I looked forward to logging onto her class. So thank you, Ms. Costolazzo, for being an amazing teacher who I will remember forever. Last, but definitely not least, is Mr. Galvin. In all the teachers I've ever had, Mr. Galvin has impacted me the most. And even as I write this sentence, I can feel the emotion in my heart wanting to pour out. Mr. Galvin has helped me grow in more ways than one. And before I talk about that, I just want to thank him. Thank you for making a place on campus where students can go to be completely themselves and express themselves through music and feel safe. Thank you for being someone I can go to for anything, whether that be advice, music help, a hug, or a good laugh. You have made my experience in school be as joyous as it has been these past 4 years. Mr. Galvin is a person who I know I can count on for anything. As a freshman, I was quite timid, but the band, Mr. Galvin, and the community that he created changed me from a person who is very rigid and can't do anything that wasn't planned to a person who is okay with being flexible and accepting of the ever-changing ways of life. Through being drum major and working closely with Mr. Galvin, I have become a better leader, a better public speaker, and better at expressing my ideas and turning them into a reality. The truth is, I don't think there are enough words to accurately express how much he has impacted me and made me into the person I am today. This is just a small part of my life at NVUSD, and I know that every single teacher I've had has impacted me and in very positive ways. And I know that I would not be the person I am without any of them. So I want to thank all of them as well. Once again, I'd like to thank all of my teachers, counselors, friends, families, the NVUSD Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Musetti, and district leaders for this great honor. Thank you.
Thank you to both our Vintage High Students of the Month and now Principal Miller.
Hi, good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Massetti, and community members. I'm really happy, excuse me, to be here tonight and have the opportunity to recognize New Tech High Students of the Month for November and December. Our Student of the Month for November is Senior Hallie Lloyd. Hallie was selected to be the November Student of the Month by the staff for her excellent academic record and also because of her commitment to making New Tech High a more inclusive community. Teachers shared that Hallie is compassionate, intelligent, and highly driven. She's organized and has a very open mind. She's open to new ideas and experiences all the time. She's willing to engage in deep and important conversations, and she does not shy away from advocating for the things she believes in. And in fact, today, Hallie helped to successfully host New Tech High's first POC Culture Celebration Day, which was a huge success. So I'm very happy to introduce you to Hallie Lloyd.
Hi, my name is Hallie Lloyd, and I'm representing New Tech High as one of 2 Students of the Month. I'm genuinely so grateful for the opportunity and reward of Student of the Month. Coming into school, I never thought I would or could be rewarded for being the outspoken Black girl, but here we are. Through my years at New Tech, I've dedicated myself to many diversity projects, just like today's Culture Day, a celebration of students of colors, students of color through education. Implementing diversity and inclusion is something I've always openly and strongly advocated for since my freshman year. New Tech's teachers, staff, and of course, lovely administration have kindly given me the resources to create an environment in which is both inclusive and welcoming for minority students like myself. Working in a project-based learning environment has created opportunities for me to grow as a student with community partners, with new perspectives, and most of all, hands-on learning. I recall coming into New Tech my freshman year as a nervous little shell of a student. New Tech assisted me in filling that shell with passion and a desire for learning. Over the course of 4 years, I was able to find myself a group of amazing girls of color to lean on and form New Tech's very own Key Club with. A love for expressing myself through art and pushing my passion through equity and inclusion projects for my fellow classmates. Overall, and most of all, I'd like to thank my teachers and my principal for complementing my learning here at New Tech. I'm looking forward to finishing my senior year off strongly and leaving a movement for other students of color at New Tech to follow. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Hallie. Our Student of the Month for December is Senior Alicia Salufo. Alicia was selected by the New Tech High staff to be the December Student of the Month because she is an exceptional student and because she's a very strong leader on our campus. Teachers shared that Alicia is strong and passionate as a communicator, and she's a committed advocate for her peers. She's taken on a big leadership role this year in mock trial, which is something that she's participated in throughout her time at New Tech High. She has managed to balance her very busy life, all of her commitments, her academics, and her athletics extremely well, as she has continued to be a very kind, genuine, and thoughtful individual. Alicia is a truly resilient young person, and I'm very happy to introduce her to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Ladies, gentlemen, and board members, I want to thank you for having me and for your time. My relationship with New Tech has been a very strange one. I first heard of it while I was in middle school, currently at the time was attending a private school. So the thought of going back to a public was daunting, to say the least, going back into large classrooms and having so many new experiences that I had been removed from. But a classmate and family fell absolutely in love with the school, and what really drew me was the art program. When I finally entered freshman year, we were thrust into a very chaotic scenario. They were trying out new things, and that really encapsulates New Tech as a whole. Try new things, new projects, and figure out what works. If it doesn't, you learn from your mistakes and you find what does. By my sophomore year, I had been playing volleyball for Napa High for 2 years. I had entered into the Napa High wrestling team. I was on mock trial, a part of a speech and debate club, and a volleyball club at New Tech, as well as the written word poetry speech contest. Needless to say, I was very busy. I was always carrying around at least 3 bags, and I'd often put them in the office or go to the office for ice. That was always one of my best interactions of the day, was with the staff, and they'd chuckle at me for all of my limping and soreness, but I enjoyed it. Ultimately, by the end of sophomore year, COVID happened and we were all sent home. You don't realize what an environment school is until it's not available anymore. I was experiencing online learning for the first time, and I already wasn't very good at homework. Sure, I was a 4.0 student for a very long time, but homework was still not my strong suit. And then that was all we did. There were distractions and problems with family. In the following year, my mother and I would leave a very abusive situation, go through house after housing, and be reintroduced to an onslaught of toxic behaviors. And all the while, still in school, I was trying to balance it all. Needless to say, I wasn't very good at balancing it at that point, and the years of trying to hold it together were starting to crack. I had a phenomenal staff of teachers who helped me through it all, be it extensions, excursions, anything. They made sure that I knew I was in a safe place where I could heal and learn. They didn't have to be separate. One of my key memories of New Tech is freshman year. I was quite the perfectionist, and our teacher Regalia sat me down and said, "Do the wrong thing happily." And now, as a senior, I'm not a 4.0 student anymore. I've got some B's, and it drives me up the wall. But I am significantly healthier, significantly happier than I ever was. I learned that I didn't have to be doing all the things to be accepted, or doing all the things to have any sort of value or validation. I just have to be doing my best, and what really matters is our treatment of others. New Tech has shown me some of the best treatment, be it staff or students, and the community has helped me through so much. I have been very fortunate in all of my classes, even the ones I wasn't fond of or the projects I couldn't stand, because here I am now. And I cannot thank the faculty enough. So, to the NVUSD boardroom, I thank you for your time and for your support of a fantastic school. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you to our students of the month. Thank you, Owen, Mia, Hallie, and Alicia for sharing your stories. Moving on to public comment on non-agenda items. Members of the audience may address the board on any school-related matter that is not on the agenda. The board will not take action on any issue raised during this section of the agenda, inasmuch as board action is limited to posted agenda items. Speakers are requested to limit their comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. Trustee Water, do we have any public comment on non-agenda items received via email, publiccomment@nvusd.org?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Michaels, do we have any public comment on non-agenda items?
Yes, we do. The first speaker will be Dania Massey. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
We can.
All right, this is Danya Massey, and forgive me, I'm actually at the Napa High Auditorium at my son's choir concert, trying to call in very quickly. I'm a proud parent of a Napa High junior. My younger son's in 8th grade at River School and also plans to attend Napa High next year. The reason I'm speaking today is that he's the only one in the peer group who will attend Napa High School next year. Some of his friends live by Vintage, but the vast majority attended Browns Valley Elementary School and are open enrolling at Vintage High School. Over the past few years, I've become increasingly concerned that a large segment of students whose home school is Napa High are instead open enrolling at Vintage. As a result, the demographics at both schools are no longer reflective of the community. If a student has a genuine need to attend Vintage over Napa for a particular reason, the 4-H program, for example, I understand. However, I do not believe that most students are open enrolling due to specific needs. Many are doing so solely for the athletic programs. I would be very interested in the SARC data and demographic trends in the schools due to open enrollment. Based on my personal experience, a significant percentage of the students open enrolling at Vintage tend to be higher achieving students and also tend to come from more affluent families. I'm concerned about the long-term impact on Napa High if the trend continues. Our son has had excellent teachers at Napa High for the past few years, but will future students have the same access to AP and honors classes at Napa High if the district continues to allow a large portion of students to instead attend Vintage? Will Napa High School have enough students interested in these classes to continue to offer them? The impact is also very evident in the school's athletic programs and facilities. Through open enrollment, Vintage High School is attracting talent, most of the athletic talent across in sports, and the result is a significant imbalance in the number of student athlete participants. Many Napa High students are becoming discouraged and disinterested in sports as a result of that imbalance, which we all see in the results of sporting events between Vintage and Napa. I'm concerned that kids attending Napa High will have fewer resources and opportunities for them in school and athletics. Fundraising dollars at the two schools will be impacted, resulting in greater inequality. This is the future unless someone in a leadership role responds to this. Now is the time to stop unnecessary open enrollment at the high school. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Yes, next speaker is Norma Ortiz. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, thank you. So I really want to appreciate all the hard leadership work and that's being done at Redwood Middle School. Ms. Marianne Christopherson, the assistant principal, Mr. Peter Hartneck, and my daughter's 7th grade teachers, Burns, Estes, Silvani, Tara Ford, and Uren. I wanted to also share that there's a lot of great activities being done here where my daughter participated in an adversity essay that will be published among other students as well in a book via Scholastics. So I think that's great stuff that's happening at Redwood Middle School, among other items. I do also want to mention, in observance to the incident at a Michigan school, as I was reading an article by the Fox News related to the Oxford High School shooting suspect, a fatality which killed 4 students with a weapon brought to school premises. The 15-year-old suspect allegedly posted a statement on his Twitter account the night before the shooting, November 29, 2021. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. See you tomorrow, Oxford. Also, according to the Benicia Police Department update with Benicia High Schools, that happened before 10 a.m. today, an incident where threats were reported made by a student on social media, and the possible student suspect was arrested today. In terms of that, we need to continue thinking about how to increase security efforts at our schools. but also focus and acknowledge these realities and regarding violence and also the mental and social well-being of our students and their families. Based on the overall studies and surveys, students are presenting more elevated stress, anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. And it is my understanding that the California Department of Education is offering a $2 million grant opportunity to community organizations that partner with schools to provide support to students due primarily to the social isolation due to the pandemic. The deadline to apply is January 7th, 2022.
Thank you,
fo-
Ortiz.
Thank you.
Ortiz. Next, please.
Yes, next speaker has the name Zoom user. Go ahead.
Are you with us? Mr. Michaels, would you like to, can we have the next speaker, please? And when they can access Zoom, they can come back.
Yes, there is no further public comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we move on to board reports, please. Student Board Representative Bitt, do you have anything to report?
Yes, I do. So just yesterday, December 8th, I had the opportunity to attend the CSBA's virtual student board representative training session. It was really a fun experience. I think that I had the opportunity to learn a lot, and it was really enriching to connect with so many other student board representatives and just kids involved in similar extracurriculars like associated student body government, and just like bouncing ideas off of each other. I participated in discussions regarding the shift in the accelerated math programs offered in California, just the overall work of the school board and student trustees, like the impact of granting student board members preferential voting. And we also just brainstormed tools and strategies for like effective change making. Overall, like I think the 6-hour session was really beneficial. I had a great impact on me. I made a lot of connections with other students, and it just makes me feel more grateful to be a part of this board. So yeah, that's it for me.
Well, we went to the CSBA conference, and the NVUSD presented twice at the conference, and I took part in one of them along with you and HR Dana Page and Gail Young. And then I attended several meetings, but the one I was really interested in one that was how to accomplish positive change without spending a ton of money. I really liked that one, and got some good ideas. And then the other night, a couple of us tuned in to Tony Thurman's talk on literacy, and that was quite fascinating. Yes, Trustee Reiser was there with me, and we were extremely impressed with a young woman who runs these 6-week programs of freedom schools where students come in and work and improve their reading levels by 1 year, 2 years, and 6 weeks, and lots of positive experiences. It's not all indoors, working on your phonics. There's outdoor experiences as well, but it was really fun. It was very inspiring. We want to go visit, don't we?
So I attended on the 19th, the CSBA bylaw meeting presentation. That was in preparation for the meeting then on the 30th and the 1st, which was my CSBA delegate assembly meeting, the first in-person one that I've attended. And then on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, I attended the CSBA AEC meeting. That's all I have to report.
Yes, thank you. On November 30th, I participated along with Trustee Chu in the City of American Canyon 2x2 meeting. I'll report on that in a little bit. Like my fellow trustees, December 2nd through 4th, I was really fortunate to attend the CSBA Annual Education Conference, just packed with really interesting sessions and really dedicated people sharing their knowledge. It was a great experience. And then on December 6th, I also tuned in, as just Trustee Waters said, to the statewide town hall with our state superintendent, and was equally impressed in particular with that presenter from the Freedom School. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Riser.
I also attended the California School Board Association, and it was one of my first times attending where I felt very much in a space of that we had a lot to offer, because we did have 2 sessions where we had to offer of our own teaching as trustees and as a school district. So that felt pretty good. And the other sense was just feeling a space of that we were there because of course we were learning, but it was just this sense of we have a plan that we see ahead of us. And so it's more like learning how do we execute those plans versus prior years, it was very much of what do we need to learn quickly because we have to react to a lot of things that are happening. And so I'm just very proud of our strategic planning that we've been setting up since 2019, and just so that made me feel really, really proud of the hard work that's occurring here at the diocese as well as with the NVUSD team. And December 8th, we had our Finance and Advisory Committee meeting, which will be presented later on. And this morning, actually, I attended at Napa High School an event where I was invited, where they were honoring Helping Heroes, where 23 or so members of our community, from social workers and lawyers and nonprofit and educators, were being honored by the junior class of the Layla program. And it was just so inspiring, with so much wisdom being shared, and the students' presentation of their learnings, having met so many folks who have been in their shoes at one time, at one point, was just quite fascinating. And so, and of course, a little bit of memory lane when I walked through the campus, as myself and others were Napa High alumni. And that concludes my report. And also, congratulations, President Robin Jankowitz, as you kick off your leadership on this. And we're very excited.
Thank you. And thank you for your report. Trustee Chu.
So on November 30th, I attended the via Zoom a parent learning series on Naviance, which is the college and career readiness online resource for high school students. It was very impressive, the resources that is available to the high school students. So I highly encourage everyone who is in high school to take advantage of that. On that same day, I met with the City of American Canyon along with Trustee Riser. I also attended the CSBA annual conference, which is wonderful to be able to connect with people in person, albeit, masked and appropriately socially distanced when possible. And yesterday we had a finance committee meeting, which I'll report out on later. And the past couple of weeks have been a lot of community engagement with the American Canyon community. A lot of families want to know what we're doing. They're very engaged, whether it be on whatever agenda items that's coming up or other things that they're passionate about. So very happy to see the level of engagement I'm seeing from my community.
Thank you. Trustee Dooley.
Thank you. I also attended the CSBA conference, and I tried to attend some different things that I don't have a lot of kind of background in. I think that's part of the point. It's and one of the ones that I attended was on special ed funding. which is, school funding is difficult to grasp and understand. Special ed funding involves the federal government, so it's even more so. But it's kind of a good level up moment for us to be able to leverage the experience and knowledge of so many education professionals and other elected officials who've experienced so much in the state. And then to also see our fellow trustees and our administration be such a big part of that, of imparting our experience and our expertise. It was great to see. And then on the 7th, I attended the River Middle School Performing Arts presentation or event. They had a lot of visual art displays. They had the culinary arts, had some different food from different cultures, and then the combined band, strings, and percussion classes performed, including at least one song that I remember playing and could still remember the saxophone part too, which was nice to elbow my son and say, "Hey, I know that song." And it was a great event with a lot of good support for the visual and performing arts, and thanks to Principal Kathy Adams for that event. So, and that's my report. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving, and because this is the only board meeting before break, I wish everyone a happy holiday and a gift of gratitude from all of us to all of you. I too attended the CSBA conference. I attended the President Workshop, and like Trustee Dooley, tried to attend meetings that I'm, from an information standpoint, I may not be as engaged as I would like to be. So I found that very useful. It's always a great conference. And I also attended the Finance Committee meeting with Trustee Chu, will report out on later. And that gets us right into our board representative reports. So let's start with the Curriculum and Student Support Committee.
We have not met.
Thank you. Facilities and Technology Committee.
We have not met.
Finance Committee, Trustee Chu.
We did meet yesterday, and we had a lot of discussion around first interim, which we'll discuss later, so I won't go into the details of that. We had a small presentation about our food service program, the NOSH, how there are different funding models now due to the pandemic and the change in how food services are being compensated. So time will tell whether that is going to persist, but we are no longer losing money on that. We also had a presentation, a really great presentation on Tableau, which is our database that is able to efficiently look at historical data so that we can harness that for moving forward with some of our decisions that we have to make. And it was really enlightening about how we can, it's just so many things that we can look at. We can look at food services. So some of the food service data that we were presenting came from that. And then of course, going forward, we can take a look at how student achievement can be harnessed, and to look at the data and how that can be harnessed to help our teachers and our school sites be able to take that information, and hopefully we can do it at the parent level too, so they are engaged with their students' education as well. And we also had a small discussion on a potential Wi-Fi request for proposal to update the Wi-Fi system at the school district that is basically at the end of life. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Policy Committee.
Did not meet.
Special Education.
We did not meet.
City of American Canyon.
Yes, we met on November 30th and sort of continued our shared discussion about issues around shared interests related to property disposition in American Canyon, and also particularly about our joint use agreement with the community center / gym at ACMS, District and city staff continue to work on gaining clarity on a productive path forward with our shared interests.
Thank you. City of Napa. We have not met.
Not met.
Town of Yountville.
It has been nearly 11 months since last we met.
Superintendent and executive staff.
Great, thank you, President Jankwitz. And I'd like to reiterate Trustee Gonzalez Maris's congratulations on you serving as our board president starting tonight. So again, congratulations, and we're confident you'll do an extraordinary job. So good evening, trustees and NVUSD community. We have several lengthy items on our board agenda tonight. So I'm simply going to take a few moments this evening to wish our NVUSD community a very joyful holiday season and a very happy new year with families and friends. We also know that people in our local community, state, country, and across the globe may be suffering through difficulties caused by the pandemic and its various worldwide impacts. I wish any families that may be facing difficulties lots of peace and serenity as we bring 2021 to a close, since the holidays can be especially challenging for those who might be suffering. I do also just want to share that today I had the honor of speaking to a group of students at New Technology High School for their first People of Color Cultural Day, where I had the opportunity to discuss issues of racial identity, cultural expression, belonging, and inclusion with amazing young people like Hallie, our student of the month, recognized tonight at New Technology High School. I want to thank the students and Principal Miller for the invitation to be there today. I left the campus inspired and moved by the vision that New Technology High School students hold for a more inclusive, diverse world where everyone feels valued and respected despite differerences. This is our first, I'm sorry, not our first. This is our final board meeting of 2021, which, 2021 turned out to be another complicated and challenging year, but also one that has shown us so much humanity, so many miracles, and countless blessings. My team and I look forward to continuing to serve NVUSD students, staff, and families in 2022, and look forward to the fresh start that every new year brings. So now let's hear from our assistant superintendents who will report out on their respective areas of supervision. We'll start out with Assistant Superintendent Dana Page of Human Resources.
Thank you. Good evening, President Gonzalez. Good evening, President Jankowicz, Board of Trustees, Dr. Massetti, and Student Board Representative Bitt. I'm happy to share that the staff spotlight is back with all new questions designed to learn more about some of our outstanding employees. I would like to catch up by sharing about two of them. First is Tony Lara. Tony is an extraordinary custodian who has served at the elementary, middle, and now high school levels as the head custodian of Napa High. In addition to his great work ethic and positive attitude, Tony really went above and beyond the call of duty at the high school graduation last year at Napa High graduation. As you recall, it was incredibly hot that afternoon, and spectators actually were becoming ill with heat stroke. And Tony literally caught two different people as they were fainting, preventing further serious injury to them. So Tony is truly a hero. The spotlight has also been on Maria Cisneros, the beloved and well-respected longtime principal of Valley Oak Continuation High School. Maria's commitment and passion for serving her students always shines through. She is a tremendous leader and advocate for the community of Napa. And in 2020, Maria and her staff were recently awarded the honor of being chosen as the California Continuation Model School. So as before, you can read the staff spotlights in our staff newsletter and on the website. And finally, I have to sadly conclude by taking a moment to remember a dear colleague who passed away recently, Miss Denise Keller, who was an amazing teacher at American Canyon Middle School, and she will be missed. Her family is in our hearts and prayers at this moment. Thank you, and this concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Next, we'll hear from Assistant Superintendent Rob Manguala, who oversees business services.
Good evening. I will forgo my update tonight as I'll be providing a comprehensive update about our budget when I present the first interim report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mangwala. Next, we'll hear from Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings, who oversees the Instructional Services Division.
Good evening, President Jankowicz, Board Trustees, Student Board Representative Bitt, and Dr. Massetti, and the NVUSD community. The Instructional Services Division continues to address key district strategic initiatives. At the elementary level, in support of board annual priority number 3, our outside math coach spent last week working with teachers and principals from multiple sites on implementing observable student learning strategies. At the secondary level, the Math Priorities Work Group finished the review, revision, and vertical alignment of the math priority standards for grades 6 through 12. This foundational work is forward progress on the first 2 success criteria within board priority number 3, which are to identify priority standards for high school math courses in order to ensure alignment across campuses, and evidence of vertical alignment for transition years from 5th to 6th grade and from 8th to 9th grade. I want to thank the team of site leaders and teachers who supported the alignment and articulation of these key learning outcomes. Also, last week, 28 of our high school administrators and counselors attended a virtual training focused on supporting positive student behavior and interventions, or PBIS, in alignment with NVUSD's strategic plan goal number 1. The team attended sessions focused on authentically engaging youth and implementation to promote positive relationships and community. Also on providing preventative support to 9th grade students, because we know that that can be a challenging grade level. They also did workshops on strategies for preventing and responding to escalating student behavior. And then finally, on supporting students' mental health through PBIS. As we know, that these have been some trying times. We are looking forward to debriefing, sharing our learning, and growing support of all of our students socially, emotionally, and academically. And lastly, I want to share that today we held our first Student Advisory Council meeting with several student representatives from each of the high schools. Over the course of the remainder of the year, our students will work with Dr. Victor Rios, a noted author, professor, researcher, and speaker, as well as site leaders and district office staff to co-construct solutions to problems that students identify that need to be solved. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Andrew Jennings. Next is Mr. Mike Pearson, our Assistant Superintendent of Operational Services.
Good evening, President Jankowicz, and thank you, former President Gonzalez Morris, for your leadership, NVUSD Board of Education trustees, Dr. Massetti, Student Board Representative Emily Bitt, and members of the NVUSD community. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide each of you with an update from the NVUSD Operational Services. We're going to keep this very brief, and on behalf of the entire Operational Services team, we'd like to wish everyone a safe, joyful, and restful winter break filled with special memories. We are looking forward to welcoming 2022 and the energy that comes with the beginning of a new year. So thank you very much. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. That concludes staff reports.
With L1. Section 47605B, the Board of Trustees must either grant or deny the charter petition to establish Myacamas Charter Middle School. NVUSD staff will present its findings on the petition and recommendation to the board, after which petitioners shall be allowed equivalent time and procedures to present evidence and testimony to respond to the staff recommendations and findings. On September 15th, 2021, the district received a petition from Napa Foundation for Options in Education, seeking to establish a new public charter school to be called Myacamas Charter Middle School. On November 4th, 2021, a public hearing was held, providing an opportunity for members of the community to comment on the petition. Charter petitions must meet a lengthy list of legal criteria set forth in Education Code Section 47605. The district convened a staff review team to review the petition and to evaluate whether the program proposed by the petitioners met legal requirements and offered a beneficial program to district students. After thorough evaluation, district staff determined that the petition did not meet legal requirements in key areas and should be denied. Findings of fact to support the recommendation for petition denial were prepared in a staff report. If the board determines that the petition should be denied, it will adopt the staff report as its findings. We will start this evening with a presentation from staff. Mr. Mangwala.
Mr. Michaels, can you please bring up the staff presentation, please? Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to review the staff report for the Maya Commons Charter petition, which includes a summary of our findings of fact and recommendations. The complete report is included in tonight's agenda. Next slide, please. On September 15th, 2021, NVUSD received a charter petition from the Napa Foundation for Options in Education to establish a new charter school called the Maya Commons Charter Middle School. The petitioners requested a 5-year term and would serve grades 6 through 8. Projected enrollment would be 180 in year 1, with enrollment projected to increase by 52 students until they reach full capacity of 332 by year 4. Next slide, please. The timeline. On 9/15/2021, the charter petition was received. On 11/4/2021, a public hearing was held at a special board meeting. On 11/15/2021, we proposed a capacity interview. However, the petitioners ultimately refused to attend the capacity interview. On 11/22/2021, formal comprehensive review was completed by staff, posted to the district website, and sent to the petitioners. On December 9th, 2021, tonight, staff presentation of the charter review, findings, and recommendations. And petitioners will also have the opportunity to present, and the board will take action to approve or deny the petition later tonight. Next slide, please. Petition components. Components of a charter petition are specified in Education Code 47605. The key components include educational program, including student outcomes and measurements, governance structure, operating procedures, proposed location, employee qualifications and rights, financial and budget information. Next slide, please. Review process. The first part, we established the timeline. We then conveyed a team to review the petition based on areas of expertise. We have reviewed appropriate statutes, regulations, and resources such as the California Charter Authorizing Professionals Initial Charter Petition Toolkit, State Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, Charter School Accounting and Best Practices Manual. We listened to public testimony and we developed our recommendations. Next slide, please. The review team. Upon receipt of the petition, the district conveyed a review team of district staff to review the petition with guidance from district legal counsel. The team consisted of staff from the following departments: data and assessment, business services, enrollment, human resources, instructional services, operations, facilities and maintenance, special education, student services, and technology. Next slide, please. District analysis and findings. After a very thorough review, the district staff is recommending denial of the petition. District staff believes the significant deficiencies in the petition warrant denial by the board, and on that basis recommends that the board vote to deny the petition. Next slide, please. Statutory grounds for denial recommendation. The foregoing deficiencies support district staff's recommendation of denial based on at least the following statutory grounds pursuant to Education Code 47605. The charter school presents an unsound educational program. The petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. Next slide, please. The petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of at least the following elements required under section 47605, educational program, measurable student outcomes, means by which the charter school will achieve a balance of racial and ethnic pupils, special education pupils, and English learners that is reflective of the general population residing within the district. The charter school is demonstrated not unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community in which the school is proposing to locate. Next slide, please. District analysis and findings. Budget not viable. The financial and operation plan for the charter school is not viable, is based on unsupported and unrealistic assumptions, and result in a charter school not meeting its minimum 5% unrestricted financial reserve in any of the first 5 years of operations. Petition predicts a 5% reserve, but 5% is a minimum based on an ADA of 0 to 300. Therefore, any overstatement of revenues or understatement of costs will render the financial and operational plan not viable. Staff found very significant overstatements of revenues and understatement of expenses. Next slide, please. Overstatement of revenues and understatement of expenses. Revenues are primarily based on actual enrollment and the actual percentage of students who qualify for free or reduced lunch, English learners, homeless, or foster students. This is referred to as the unduplicated student count. Enrollment projections do not account for declining enrollment in Napa and many other areas of the state, and assume that sixth grade enrollment will increase by 54 students every year. Funding will be based on actual enrollment and percentage of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch or English learners. Therefore, any overstatement will decrease revenues. The petition assumes a free reduced lunch rate of 60%, even though the rate for the families who sign the petition is less than 25%. Next slide, please. Title I federal funding is drastically overstated as a result of incorrect assumptions regarding the students who qualify for free or reduced price lunch. The petition assumes a free and reduced lunch rate of 60%, even though the rate for families who signed the petition is less than 25%. The charter school's projected facilities costs are based on the petitioner's estimated rental and utility rate of $220,140 in year one. Petitioners did not include any supporting information to substantiate this assumption, such as a draft rental lease agreement or breakdown of utility costs to substantiate facility utilities and other assumed operating costs included in the budget. Next slide, please. Overstatement of revenues and understatement of expenses, $250,000 of startup cash. $250,000 of startup cash described as foundation fundraising is unsubstantiated by a letter of intent, a fundraising plan, or documentation of the funds currently in hand. Without these funds, the charter will not be able to pay for startup costs and would not meet the reserve requirements. District staff infers that this $250,000 startup cash is capital that was obtained from the school-related organization that previously identified as the River Family Foundation, which included donations from many NVUSD parents and community members that had been solicited for the purpose of providing educational and enrichment experiences to current and future district middle school students. Next slide. The two lead petitioners previously served on the board of RFF, which has failed to follow protocols and procedures to dissolve itself as an official school-related organization. Lead petitioners in their capacity as RFF board members and leaders have failed to respond to district's requests for documentation and records related to these funds. These fatal deficiencies in the petition budget demonstrate that the educational program set forth in the petition is unlikely to be successfully implemented. Next slide, please. According to the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, when charter schools fail, it's often because of one or more of the following: lack of knowledge about school finance and business, lack of appropriate accounting practices, lack of financial management, and uncontrolled spending. Without a balanced budget, the petitioners will not be able to implement the instructional program outlined in the petition. These fatal deficiencies in the petition budget demonstrate that the educational program set forth in the petition is unlikely to be successfully implemented. Next slide, please. District analysis and findings admission criteria. The petition describes admission criteria that violate state law and may have discriminatory effects by conditioning an admissions preference on parent volunteer hours. The inclusion of this unlawful admissions preference demonstrates an unfamiliarity with the laws governing charter schools on the part of the petitioners. Next slide. Petitioners personally lack the knowledge and experience to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. Petitioners have not articulated a clear plan to obtain the services of individuals who have the required knowledge and experience to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. Next slide, please. District analysis and findings, knowledge, experience, and plan. The review team attempted to have a capacity interview on November 15th, 2021 to ask questions about the program set forth in the petition, the budget for the charter school and petitioners' knowledge of the petition and plans for the implementation of the petition. Lead petitioners at first stated that they were available for an interview. Lead petitioners then attempted to impose their own conditions on the conduct of the interview in advance. These conditions included conducting the interviews by written questions only and including members of the district board as part of the exchange of written questions and answers. Lead petitioners ultimately refused to attend the capacity interview after district staff declined to agree to lead petitioners' conditions. This also implies that lead petitioners would not be collaborative in their potential future relationship with the district, making oversight of a potential charter very difficult to impossible. Next slide, please. This slide, Mr. Pearson, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am. Assistant Superintendent Mangwala. So the district analysis and findings on the facility issues. So the staff and myself walked the site on 2 different occasions to perform a visual inspection of the proposed location. Initially, we did not see the ADA access ramp on the first visit. The concrete ramp is located on the back side of the building by the playground parking area. On our first visit, we didn't see visually see the ramp because the vehicles being parked on the playground blocked the ramp. The slope of the ramp and the width of the ramp would need to be measured to verify the current ramp meets ADA requirements. Additionally, restrooms would also need to be measured to ensure these areas also meet ADA requirements. There is no ADA access to the second floor of the proposed site because an elevator does not exist. Otherwise, the site is clean and appears to be in good repair. And again, just to reemphasize that NVUSD staff only conducted a visual inspection of the proposed facility. I'd like now to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Dana Page.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The Human Resources Department had a few findings and concerns related to recruiting. Foremost, the position of head of school is a key position, and the search plan to find this person is still to be determined. The timeline for creating the plan and hiring will be very tight if the charter petition is approved this month. And it's unlikely that the petitioners will be successful in being able to fill this position in time in such an extremely difficult hiring environment. Additionally, as part of the petition, there was a list of meaningfully interested teachers who would be ready to join the staff in year 1. We did an analysis of the credentials of these meaningfully interested teachers and compared it with the needs of the school in year 1. There was no teacher who was qualified to teach math, nor was there a teacher qualified to teach special education, 2 positions that were critical for year 1. And the petition lacks a plan to hire these particular and difficult to fill positions. And finally, the petitioners did not offer a competitive salary and benefits package, which will further impede their ability to hire well-qualified staff in the current hiring environment. Next slide, please.
Ms. Andrew Jennings.
No, I'm going to take this one as well. This is also related to staffing to deliver services for English learner students. And we had a few concerns around the lack of detail in the plan to how these responsibilities would be distributed to staff. So according to the petition, responsibility for coordinating and providing direct EL instruction and coordination is delegated to an EL coordinator, but that person won't be hired until year 3. The petition doesn't actually include a list of qualifications for this particular position. In years 1 and 2, then, the head of school, it was stated, would be responsible for ELD and the instruction and coordination, but there's no qualifications or responsibilities listed in the essential duties of the head of school job description, nor is there any requirement for this person to have any knowledge of ELD instruction or a teaching credential that would qualify them to actually deliver instruction if necessary. Finally, it's unlikely that a head of school in year 1 and 2 of a brand new school operations would actually be available to take on these additional responsibilities, given their copious other duties. Next slide, and now I will turn it over to Ms. Andrea Jennings.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Dana Page. The district's analysis and findings of the educational program found these key components: that the educational program set forth in the petition is not reasonably comprehensively described. The practical implementation of the educational methodologies is not well described in the petition. For example, it's unclear how the comprehensive model will be integrated with all the other methodologies included in the petition, including understanding by design, Marzano's classroom assessment and grading that works, guided language acquisition, also known as GLAD, culturally responsive teaching, and blended learning, and how this would be combined and taught in a cohesive manner to support students. Next slide, please. Also, the educational program set forth in the petition is not reasonably comprehensively described. The professional development plan fails to address essential core curriculum training. The petitioners do not include a plan for training staff on core instructional materials, such as Amplify, CPM, which is the math program, History Alive, and Study Sync, which is the English language arts, as well as the supplemental materials they included in the petition, such as Achieve 3000 and Duolingo. Next slide, please. Further, again, the educational program set forth in the petition is unlikely to meet the needs of all subgroups of students, particularly English learners. The process for monitoring progress of English learners and students have been reclassified is inadequate, as it only indicates the state level LPAC assessment as a means of reclassification. There is no comprehensive plan articulated for engaging the parents of English learners. Additionally, the plan to meet the needs of English language students with disabilities is inadequate. Next slide, please. These dually identified students who are English learners, as well as students with disabilities, needs are unlikely to be met through this petition. The plan to meet the needs of these students is inadequate. The Learning Lab is identified as the time to meet the needs of English learner students. Given that 28.28% of students in the district are eligible for special education services and are also identified as English learners, this is not sufficient amount of time allocated to meet both of those mandated supports. Next slide, please. The charter school is unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community, mainly because it duplicates current district programs, which includes project-based learning, multi-tiered systems of supports, blended learning software, social emotional learning, and positive behavior intervention supports. There's also sufficient capacity at our current schools to serve those students. And lastly, it undermines existing services, offerings, and programs by diverting resources, potentially resulting in a reduction of district teaching staff. Next slide, and I'll pass to Assistant Superintendent Mangola.
Next slide, please. Thank you. District analysis and findings, community interest. Community interest in the charter school does not appear strong. Based on public comments at the November 4th public hearing on the petition, apparent 24% decrease in interest in the charter school by parents who signed the petition, as evidenced by responses to November 2021 parent signature validation calls. Next slide, please. District analysis and findings, community interest. The charter school also appears unlikely to serve the interests of the entire NVUSD community because the petition appears to have large portions simply cut, copy, pasted from another charter petition that was submitted last year to Compton Unified School District, rather than having been prepared specifically with the needs of NVUSD students and the NVUSD community in mind. During the petition review process, staff found that upon opening the Excel file containing the charter school's proposed budget, The file displays a link to another file not included with the petition named Bridges Academy 2021-22 Budget 3.26.21. Next slide, please. District staff found that a petition to establish a new charter school named Bridges Preparatory Charter Academy was submitted to Compton Unified School District, which denied Bridges' petition on October 13th, 2020. When comparing the Bridges petition and the current petition for Mayacamas Charter School, staff found numerous similarities. In fact, entire sections of the Bridges petition appears to have been copied to the Mayacamas Charter Middle School petition. This went above and beyond boilerplate language that is included in all charter petitions. For example, the section of the petition related to the educational program for English language learners appears almost identical to the same section in the Bridges petition. A software comparison of the two petitions found that 30.4% of the content was identical, 7.5% included minor changes, and 2.8% was paraphrased. Next slide, please. District analysis and findings, community interest. The charter school would significantly undermine existing district programs by diverting the revenues received by the district. For example, the proposed budget lists estimated local control funding formula revenues of a total of $13 million over 5 years. This equates to a loss of 16 teachers in year 1, an additional loss of 5 teachers in year 2 for a total loss of 21 teachers, an additional loss of 6 NVUSD teachers in year 3 for a total loss of 27 teachers. Next slide, please. Staff recommended action. Staff recommends that the governing board adopt the staff report of proposed findings of fact, adopt the proposed resolution denying the Mayacamas Charter Middle School petition. Next slide, please. And that's the final slide. Thank you, Mr. Michaels. Now that staff has presented their recommendations and findings of fact, it is the opportunity for the petitioners to present. Mr. Michaels, can you please promote the petitioners?
Oh, yeah. Can you move up? Sure. Oh, sorry. Just. They can hear us.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I'm Jolene Yee, and this is Lauren Daly. Sorry, she's blurry. I'm going to change off. We're in my garage. So we are here on behalf of the Napa Foundation for Options in Education to present our petition and to give our response. I think there should be a video that the Tech Center has. If you could please press play, that would be great. And that will be our presentation. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Musetti, district staff, and members of our community. My name is Jolene Yee, and I'm one of the lead petitioners for Mayacamas Charter Middle School. On behalf of the Napa Foundation for Options in Education, our board, and the supporters of MCMS, thank you for your time. The Mayacamas Charter Middle School community is excited to provide some information about our school, which we hope will help inform your vote this evening. There has been quite a bit of misinformation, misstatements, and misrepresentations about the petition, the petitioners, the school, the foundation, and the law during this process. But this evening, we will focus on the merits of our petition and what we believe is an opportunity to strengthen the district's offerings. Why Mayacamas? This evening, members of the Mayacamas community will talk about the ways in which our school will make NVUSD stronger. We'll review some of the most important elements of our petition, we'll briefly address the staff report, and then we'll end with some lessons learned and our ask. Charter schools have been an important part of the California educational ecosystem for almost 30 years and play an essential role in public school education in all but the smallest counties. Charter schools have a prominent place in many neighboring counties, and Sonoma has 53 charter schools. In 2019, the California legislature reaffirmed the importance of charter schools in California, passing AB 1505, which modernized charter law and balanced charter independence with more stringent standards. Up until recently, charter schools were a normal and important part of NAPA's successful programmatic options. Charter schools like River Middle School thrived, with strong performance and significant demand in the community, with a waiting list for many years. NAPA's education landscape is now missing an opportunity to provide quality education options for NAPA families, but we can change that. Mayacamas Charter Middle School is a proposed school that will fill the middle school gap in the district's K-12 pathway for the New Tech Network's project-based learning model, harkening back to a comment during the April meeting when the board voted to close Harvest and River Middle Schools by Trustee Gracia that K-12 pathway curricula were an important focus for the district. Mayacamas also provides a true smaller school environment for students who might not thrive at the larger traditional district campuses. And as you can see, the historical school facility at St. John's is perfect for a school and centrally located. It's no secret that Napa Unified is losing students to private schools and that many of those schools have waiting lists. We believe that Mayacamas will serve as a bridge from our district elementary schools to our district high schools and will help retain families who might otherwise leave the district for other options. We'd like to highlight some of the curricular elements of the petition. We will be partnering with the New Tech Network to provide best-in-class project-based learning, allowing us to network with more than 200 NTN schools and all their educators. I'd like to introduce one of our district teachers to talk about some of our curricular offerings.
My name is Madeline Gomez. I've been a teacher here with the Napa Valley Unified School District since August 1995. I'm excited about the prospect of teaching at a school with a deliberate culture based upon education of the whole child and with a demographic makeup that is diverse by design and is reflective of the Napa community. Teaching to the whole child is realized in this program through this carefully crafted pedagogical approach. I like how the NTN model provides a structure for teachers to plan project-based units that exercise students' critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Teachers may, when appropriate, weave the social-emotional learning curriculum into the academic curriculum, making the life skills lessons real. Learning outcomes. Learning outcomes are clear and defined so that teachers may work together with consistency across the entire school community. Students know how they are assessed and what is needed to move forward in their path, and what one must do to move towards proficiency in their learning. The advisory time that comes at the beginning of each day provides a safe space for students to learn and practice their social skills and team-building activities that go with them out to their academic classes, and they translate out into the real world. The individualized learning plans are developed in advisory, and they're revised regularly so that the advisory teacher is in touch with the student's needs. In addition, a 45-minute learning lab is built into the schedule, 4 times a week for academic support. The structure of teacher-team teaching and looping will keep students from falling through the cracks. So I see second language learners and students with special needs having double support. They cannot get lost in the system. I understand how this program requires teachers to be committed to project-based learning and social-emotional learning as part of the school community culture in order for it to be successful. I do believe the teachers attracted to this design of education will make it real and not just a lesson on a given day. Teachers are provided the planning time needed to be effective teachers. Paid professional development takes place for 2 weeks prior to the start of the academic school year. A teacher has the opportunity to work, to plan, and feel ready to begin the academic year. This is a unique opportunity for the City of Napa to embrace a New Tech Network program that fills the gap between elementary school and high school.
One of the most exciting things about our petition is the differentiated instruction. This allows teachers to meet different students at their individual learning level, whether they have special needs or are advanced learners. We have budgeted about $1,000 per student in special education related resources to ensure that this population is well served. This is even before we know the needs of the special education students. And we are very excited to announce that the Foundation is working with Mentis to raise grant and other funds so that we can provide mental health services on campus, including an on-site mental health professional and mental wellness workshops. With project-based learning at our core, projects can vary in difficulty and complexity to match the needs of kids with different learning styles and different knowledge bases. By design, our educators will see plenty of professional development, including 2 weeks during the summer, to prepare for the needs of our students. Here's Wendy Agins-Dominguez to give us her perspective.
My name is Wendy Agins-Dominguez, and my 7th grade son has utilized NVUSD's special education services since 2nd grade. I believe the smaller Maya Commons Charter Middle School is the best option. Maya Commons staff would work only with their students versus a caseload across multiple schools, truly getting to know them and crafting individual learning plans for each one. During this process, Maya Commons will learn who my son is as a whole person, that yes, he has an IEP for areas of struggle, but also that he outpaces his peers in other areas. Therefore, a plan can be tailored to his particular needs, helping him achieve his best in all areas.
Our model utilizes co-teaching and looping, which allows for students and teachers to build trust and understanding over multiple years. Last, Maya Commons will have a pediatrician recommended later start time of 8:50 a.m. with early drop-off available for those families who need it. Next, Lauren Daly will address the staff report and review our community outreach efforts.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Daly, and I'm the other lead petitioner for Maya Commons Charter Middle School. I'd like to address a number of issues with the staff report and then discuss how our current and future community outreach efforts greatly increase the likelihood that our school will succeed as intended. We've submitted a comprehensive response to the staff report in which we've addressed every one of the district's concerns to allow trustees confidence in approving Maya Commons Charter Middle School. The Charter Schools Act affirms that there is a clear place for quality charter schools in California education and that the establishment of charter schools should be encouraged. The very purpose of the Charter Schools Act is to provide parents and pupils with expanded choices in the types of educational opportunities that are available within the public school system. Additionally, under California law, public education dollars follow the students. Neither students nor the state funding to educate them belong to the school districts. The staff report asserts that the petition is not comprehensive enough, but it is very thorough and comprehensive. It is significantly more detailed than the petitions for either River School or Stonebridge School, which were both appropriately approved by NVUSD. We have comprehensive plans for all students, including English learners and students with disabilities, with programming details more comprehensive than the other petitions approved by the district. One of the key and explicit purposes of the Charter Schools Act is to provide opportunities for parents to establish and maintain schools independent from the existing district structure. The opinion expressed in the staff report that we are not qualified petitioners is directly contrary to the law. Parents and community members coming together to develop a charter petition to establish a new public school is encouraged under the Charter Schools Act. Similarly, our board members, with professional and relevant experience in accounting, business, financial planning, nonprofit governance, law, mental health services, and insurance, among other fields, are qualified for board positions, having as much relevant experience as many of the NVUSD board when they first assumed their positions. Like you trustees, we care deeply about the Napa community, and we have a willingness to engage in public service. Our budget is well constructed and viable across 5 years. We are proud to have worked with XED, a nonprofit organization and one of California's leading accounting and school service providers for charter schools, to create this budget. As noted in our written response, most of the budget issues highlighted in the staff report were due to the staff's apparent lack of familiarity with charter law and charter school budget requirements, and all issues have been addressed. Moreover, though charter schools are not required to have any specified reserve, our budget projects ending years 1 and 2 with 5% reserves, and with reserves projected to increase significantly in years 3 to 5. The district has expressed concern about the makeup of our student population. While we have spent much of our time over the past several months working on school design and curriculum, we have also pursued outreach efforts. During that time, we have been able to garner significant and increasing support within the community. When we originally submitted our petition on September 15th, we provided an addendum of 111 signatures representing 123 students. As of December 1st, the number of signups to our website has grown and now represents 196 students. While not all who signed up will ultimately decide to attend, these numbers are compelling and will increase as we ramp up recruitment efforts. We expect the number of families interested in our school will increase significantly once the school is approved. MCMS, at its core, is based upon Horace Mann's concept of the common school, where children of all backgrounds gather under one roof to learn together and from each other. Research has demonstrated that diverse classrooms in which students learn cooperatively alongside those with different perspectives and backgrounds are beneficial to all students and promote creativity, motivation, deeper learning, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. Our school budget and design is based upon a realistic enrollment of 60% of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. MCMS will be located downtown on Napa Street in the neighborhood of McPherson and Shearer Elementary Schools, whose free and reduced lunch percentages are both above 85% and with English learner percentages over 60%. We are thrilled to have found a site that will be easily walkable to many families. Attracting and retaining a diverse student body is important to us. Even though we don't yet have a school, we've begun recruiting families across Napa. We've been at the farmers market most Saturdays since the start of October. We've provided both La Morenita Market and Puertas Abiertas hundreds of flyers in both English and Spanish to distribute to customers and clients. We've distributed over 200 lawn signs in English and Spanish. And we've been consistently available through an email on our website and through social media to take feedback and answer questions. We're excited to look to the future, and we have additional outreach plans. We're looking forward to hosting informational sessions in English and in Spanish, along with tours of the proposed school site. We've already been featured on KVON, and we also have plans for a Spanish-speaking representative to do a spot on radio as well. And finally, we'll do some good old-fashioned door-to-door canvassing around the immediate neighborhood of the school site. The process to file a petition to open our charter school with NVUSD has been long and arduous, but we've learned so much about our community. Whether in favor or opposed to the petition, we've seen immense dedication on both sides to the families and children of Napa, and for that we're thankful. Though at times we may forget we're all on the same team. We want what's best for our kids and what's best for Napa families. The reality is that Napa public schools are in trouble. Families are leaving in greater numbers than before, and this can't be explained away as solely a function of cost of living. Families want strong public schools with options that fit their unique needs. Mayacamas Charter Middle School will build on our strong sense of community and will complement the other public schools within Napa so that every student in our district has access to a strong, free public school education that works for them. We have two final speakers for you this evening as we close.
Hi, my name is Miriam Che, and I am the parent of a 7th grader. I am supporting Mayacamas Charter Middle School because it's important to have the right kind of learning environment for our kids. I've witnessed 2 schools provide this successfully in both elementary and middle school. What made them special is their ability to teach the students responsibility and accountability. Students learn to set goals, learn from their mistakes, and how to deal with their emotions. They are encouraged to learn who they are and what they bring to a group in a project-based setting. They speak in terms of learner profiles such as being a risk taker, principled, or open-minded. Beyond academics, a smaller school environment helps promote empathy and acceptance, which are skills needed in our community more than ever. Students truly learn their worth and their impact on those around them. This creates a solid foundation of strong mental health and well-being, helping the students succeed as they grow in their education and ultimately their future. I see Mayacamas Charter Middle School being able to create this environment, which is needed by so many kids in our community.
We ask that you take to heart what we've presented this evening. Our petition meets the requirements of the law, our financials are viable, and our community support is strong. We ask that you vote yes and approve our petition to establish Mayacamas Charter Middle School. We thank you for your time and offer these closing remarks from former NVUSD trustee Chuck Mybuyer. Thank you.
I'm Chuck Mybuyer, and I served on the Board of Trustees of the Napa Valley Unified School District from 1993 to 1997, and I know being a member of the school board is not easy these days. The persistent COVID-19 pandemic, changing community demographics impacting enrollment, and ever-changing priorities from Sacramento means you're often responding to the crises of the moment at the expense of thoughtful planning for the future. During these challenging times, it can also be tempting to equate the school system with the families and students the system exists to serve. This leads to a temptation to consider students and the money that follows them as property of the district, and decisions about budget cuts and school closings to prioritize system maintenance over the unique and individual needs of the students. I ask you to resist this temptation and put the needs of families and students first by voting to approve the petition to open Maya Kamas next fall. As a former trustee, I do not make this recommendation lightly. I understand the unique pressure you are under. Not only does NVUSD enroll over 16,000 students and employs over 1,600 adults, and you should ensure that the people in our system who are dedicated to the education of Napa Valley children are treated with the respect they deserve. So when the staff report references the potential for positions to be eliminated because parents choose to send their children to Maya Kamas, I am sympathetic to that argument. No employer wants to be responsible for potential job losses. But even the staff report scenario where the Maya Kamas reaches and operates at full capacity in its first 5 years would only result in a 1.5% reduction in expected revenues for the district. With over $29 million in additional COVID relief funds above those expected revenues and several years to make adjustments, I am confident the district could minimize or eliminate potential staff reductions. In any case, it cannot be the priority of a school district to place the jobs of adults over the educational needs of children, especially in light of the significant reduction in middle school options over the last few years. Rarely does a charter school petition so thoughtfully seek to provide a complementary school to the offerings that currently exist within this district. The Maya Kamas Charter Middle School petition is worthy of your support, and I encourage you to approve it. Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you to Ms. Yee and Ms. Daly for your video presentation.
Ms. Jankowicz,
Yes.
I just want to double check. Ms. Yee, Ms. Daly, is there anything else that you'd like to present?
No, that was our presentation.
That's our presentation.
That concludes your presentation?
Yes, thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you to you both for your video presentation. This is an appropriate time for the board to take a scheduled break. We'll return shortly in just a few moments. We'll see you in about 5. Thank you.
Can you fix this weird? Yeah. Oh, mute that.
Comment, but as a reminder, public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Please note you will be cut off at the 3-minute mark. This is not intended to be limiting. To the contrary, it is intended to allow maximum participation for all that would like the opportunity to address the board. Mr. Michaels, do we have public comment on this item?
We do have public comment. The first commenter is under the name Zoom user. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. My public comment was actually not on this item. I wasn't able to get my microphone to work earlier. You said you would table it for later. May I speak on that now?
Yes, thank you. I recall.
Yes. Okay, thank you. My name is Kesha Harris. I'm a parent of student Belle, who was a student at American Canyon High School. The student enrolled herself under the McKinney-Vento Act for the homeless youth without parent involvement or permission. While there, the student was involved in altercations which led to suspension. Her parents weren't involved in that process until she was recommended to the board for suspension. Due to that, there have been procedural violations as well as various other issues pertaining to this. Documents have been withheld and/or not provided even after requests. Record requests have been rerouted to lower level staff. Requests to meet with the superintendent have been redirected to others to meet with instead. My intent in talking to the board today is to have to look into having the expulsion suspended. The request for special education, because they are a student and the district has declined prior requests to have the expulsion suspended. Special education testing has been denied or withheld, which is due to the students because of the American with Disabilities Act. Adversely affecting the students' mental health as well as their emotional health. COVID is one of the many things that has affected us all, but that's just one of many. It is my intent today to bring this issue before the board in asking for your assistance regarding this matter. The expulsion hearing is scheduled to be held January 28th at 9:30 a.m. It is my goal to not have this happen, and any help that the district can provide the board is greatly appreciated. That is all.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Michaels.
Yes, next speaker is Mike Wilmarth. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment again on a few things I said when the petition was first brought to the board. First off, I'd like to say the staff was a very, very thorough report as to where the deficiencies were in the petition. As a middle school teacher, I haven't heard anything that the petitioners offer or seen anything in their presentation that we don't currently offer at middle school. We use teams to create the small school environment that they're looking for. We have special ed teachers who don't have a district-wide caseload, but instead have small groups of students that they work with very intently and with a lot of concern for those students' future, both at middle school and as they move on to high school. Finally, again, as a taxpayer, I worry about the idea of the money traveling away from any control that I would have as a taxpayer and a voter. I have the opportunity to vote for the people who are currently on the board or vote for people who would challenge the people currently on the board. Once the money moves away from the school district, I lose all that opportunity as a taxpayer, and that worries me. So again, thank you for staff. Your presentation was really thorough and gave a very good sense of why what's being proposed doesn't fit what Napa needs. And I thank the board for the difficult decision that you're going to have to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment?
Next comment is Karina Cervente. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening, NVUSD board members, superintendent, and staff. Thank you for all your time and efforts on this school year. My name is Karina Cerventi from American Canyon, parent of a current American Canyon Middle School student. I'm here to express my disagreement over the Mayacamas Charter Middle School proposal. When I heard the proposal, the first thing that came to mind was the millions of dollars has to be diverted to the project, leaving a void for the other schools in the district that really need funding or in need of repairs. I was baffled that after the construction of the second middle school in American Canyon was halted due to decline in enrollment, you're being asked to start a brand new charter school, putting the tab on us taxpayers. I find it inequitable and unfair for so many families that don't have the means to commute to such school or wouldn't be able to benefit from this school, trickling down to all the schools in our district negatively. American Canyon Middle School continues to thrive in our strong project-based learning and all the electives provided to students. To name a few, award-winning music programs that include band, strings, and choir, an award-winning robotics program, theater, art, avid, languages such as Mandarin and Spanish, along with the amazing wellness center that provides great social emotional resources for all students, will directly be impacted by taking funding away from those programs to give to so few others. The almost $3 million will be better used to continue the work that you have asked of our superintendent to bring equality to the Napa Valley District. We have been working really hard in getting all our middle schools to have the same opportunities. Letting the Mayacamas Charter School use public funding to start a middle school that will only serve a small number of students will be irresponsible funding management. I cannot emphasize the inequality for the less deserving families, students with IEPs, English learners, etc. It seems that St. John's was close to declining enrollment. If St. John's or out-of-town corporations want to restart a charter school, perhaps they can do it with private money. I ask the board members to continue to be fiscally responsible and to continue the work of being inclusive and vote no on Mayacamas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Yes, next speaker is Jacqueline Cervantes Ceja. Go ahead, please.
Ma'am, are you there? Mr. Michaels, maybe we can move to the next speaker until she can access Zoom, please.
Of course. Next speaker is Courtney Garcia. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, board and superintendent, Dr. Massetti. I am a teacher in the Napa Valley Unified School District, as well as the chief negotiator for the Napa Valley Educators Association. I spoke at our previous board meeting about my grave concerns over the Mayacamas charter petition. I think this petition just goes to perpetuate the opportunity gap that would occur because of the programs that would have to be cut, the class sizes that would need to increase. And I have grave concern over the fact that this is an opportunity for parents to continue to segregate their students from the true diversity that is in the Napa Valley. I think that I would decline this petition if I were a board member. And I think that our staff and our superintendent have done a wonderful job of pointing out the deficiencies in this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Yes, next comment is Phil Bork. Go ahead, please.
Hi there. I'm a parent of 3 students currently in the NVUSD system, former PTA president, community member, and small business owner. Before discussing my ICAMAs in particular, I want to raise my concern about the presentation we saw tonight by the administration. I came here expecting to see a balanced report on the merits and otherwise of the My ICAMAs petition. I hope to see what the pros and the cons were so that the board could make a balanced decision and we as community members could hear what may or may not be the benefits of moving forward. What we heard instead was, and the best I can think to describe it, was a hit job. There was not one merit, one benefit raised by the administration in their report. That's astounding to me. Surely we should have seen the pros and the cons and not just a biased con. This follows the earlier process that led to the closure of Harvest and River, where community members involved in that process raised similar concerns about biased and potentially predetermined outcomes. I really encourage the board to review the processes that the administration is following in these really critical processes. These affect all of us, and we want to see balanced analysis and reporting. Regarding My ICAMAs and our situation, as I said, we have 3 daughters in the district. Our 2 eldest daughters left the elementary public school and went to private school because we didn't have confidence in the middle schools. For our 3rd daughter, we did go to River, and she's there now. This continuing homogenization of the educational environment in Napa is really disturbing. Strongly encourage the board to support My ICAMAs. This is the Napa Valley. This is a world-renowned area that brings professionals like me and others from around the world to live and work here. And we are leading down to a homogenized, simplified educational environment. The community members that are leading this petition are really demonstrating what immigrants like I hear about all the time, American exceptionalism. And they seem to be dealing with an administration that seems to lead on mediocrity and a mediocre vision of the future for our students. I encourage the board to grasp a bit of that exceptionalism that these community members are showing with this petition and make a good decision here. I'll accept that the closure of Harvest and River could be justified as a financial necessary decision, but I don't think anyone would claim it was a good decision for our students. This now, with My ICAMAs, is an opportunity for the board to make a good decision for the students today and tomorrow, a good decision for the community of Napa Valley. Let's show us what the Napa Valley can be, not 2 large, homogenized middle schools, but diversity of educational opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Yes, next speaker is Maureen T. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Dear board members, my name is Maureen, and I'm speaking tonight in favor of the Thomas Charter petition. The parents of this valley have come together to create a school that is unique and fills a need that is missing now that the board decided to overturn the will of the voters in closing River in the spring. Measure H backers specifically included the relocation of River Middle School to Salvador campus as part of the campaign to ask the community for bond money. The middle school task force, made up of a majority of district employees and teachers and only 13 parents, overturned the 19,729 voters who wish to have this school in our community. According to the California Department of Education private school affidavit database, the total number of students within NVUSD enrolled in private or home schools grew
19% across 3 years. Contrast that with enrollment across all California schools that has remained consistent at 7.3% for the same time period. As I pointed out to the board before you took this action, I predicted people would leave, and the damage is far worse than what I reported. When I asked you to find out if people would leave and how much that would cost, you did not gather this information. Now you have it. As a direct consequence of your actions, the Maya Comas petitioners are exercising their legal rights as parents to address a fundamental need in our community for a school that, in my opinion, is even stronger and more valuable for our community. There is no proof that NVUSD has the same curriculum or features that the school has. It's not documented anywhere on either Silverado or Redwood's website. There is no proof that these schools have better outcomes based on the SARC data. It is time to reconsider your policies that are diminishing trust in the NVUSD and are fueling a disinvestment in Napa public schools. First and foremost, as a board, it's your job to provide accountability and transparency. It's your job to challenge the inaccuracies of the staff report. It is your job to at least acknowledge emails from parents, which unfortunately my elected representative does not. It is your job to over-communicate to the school parents while you are cloistered in the boardroom. Every other city and county elected board in Napa has managed to create a hybrid meeting option that keeps people safe. You should be providing the budget in a parent-friendly, rolled-up 2 to 3 page document. You should be providing an easy-to-read document on what you've spent the COVID money on. It is your job to provide written summaries of your decision in plain English, not legalese. Furthermore, it is unreasonable to expect parents to listen to 30 to 40 hours of video meetings, which is not searchable, to get answers on your decisions. No one has that kind of time in the 21st century. You need to do better with the communications and interactions with our community. Your opportunity is tonight in granting a fully legal and compliant charter request that is—
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Of NVU.
Yes, next speaker is Lagstein Fiona. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, great. This is Claire Crawford from In the Public Interest. My apologies. For some reason, I logged in once to my daughter's school under her name, and Zoom forever lists me under my daughter's name. So I do want to just reiterate the previous issues that I raised about this petition. I'm in opposition to this petition. In my role in the public interest, I've looked at dozens of charter applications around the country, and this is the first time I'm seeing such large portions of significant educational components of the petition just copy and pasted from another petition. This is a particular concern with regard to the English language learner program of the school. As the staff raised previously, the fact that there's no EL coordinator hired until year 3, and the job description for the school director who's supposed to be in charge of EL learning for the first 2 years, the job description has no requirements pertinent to that responsibility, is of major concern and indicates that this school has no intention of appropriately serving English learner students. The diverse by design that the school has proposed, it offers nothing that the current middle schools in NVUSD don't already offer in terms of diversity. The issue raised by the staff that the charter school was unwilling to meet in person is a major red flag and very concerning. It indicates that these were petitioners that were not in a position to actually answer questions about their own school that they were proposing. And this is not a common thing. This is not something I've seen in other places. There are capacity interviews are a routine part of petition evaluation. And the fact that these petitioners were unwilling to just simply meet with the staff and answer questions is of major concern. The staff did a comprehensive and thorough analysis of the fiscal and programmatic impact that the school would have on NVUSD students, of the deficiencies in the proposal. And I strongly urge the board to follow the advice of the staff and deny this petition. it's full of good intentions, but it's not full of an actual viable proposal for a school. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Corey Penrose. Go ahead, please.
Hello, board. My name is Corey Penrose. I'm a classroom teacher 26 years, and I live in Vallejo and I work in Vacaville. And I rise today to share this perspective. Public education is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I admire and respect people who serve on a board for a very simple reason, because you're building community. You're building bonds in a community which will last for the entirety of the lives of the people who attend the school. It's a beautiful thing. And I say this from experience because I teach at a school, Vacaville High School, best high school in Solano County. And I've seen kids go there and form bonds and form connections that last forever. Over my quarter century of service, I've seen kids who are in the 90s who still come back and connect. And why does this happen? Because the board protects public education, because this public school, which is diverse, which is huge, which brings everyone together, creates a space where people can build community, and they can build a stronger community where people can know each other and appreciate each other. Then I live in Vallejo, and here, frankly, it's the opposite. We're overrun by charters. Public schools are under attack, and people are clamoring for pieces of an increasingly small pie. Instead of seeing schools that bring the community together and build connections, people are fracturing and trying to build a school for this demographic or that demographic. And it pains me deeply to see that the school in which I work isn't repeated over here, not because of the communities, not because of the kids, but because the board in Vacaville chose to believe in and defend public schools. But the board in Vallejo for many years did not. And the community, sadly, tragically, is paying the price. Please stand up for high quality public education in Napa. I urge you to vote no on this charter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Norma Ortiz. Go ahead, please.
Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, I'm not commenting on this item. Thank you.
Did you hear what she said? Oh, okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, next speaker is Dan Lintz. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to encourage the board to approve the MyCamus Charter. There's been a 20-year interest in having a charter school that serves the needs of these students in Napa Valley that's been or was very successful until it was closed by the district. There was a lottery that used every year because students were turned away. They were unable to attend, so there really is a demonstrated need in the community. The school was moved into the district in order to make it larger, and the enrollment increased, even larger than the enrollment that the new MyCamus school is projecting. So I have no doubt that they will accept the students and get the students that they need to be viable. MyCamus will offer a choice for Napa students that need project and social-based learning, like my daughter did when she went there. It is something that is not repeated in the other, even though that you claim that. The district claims that jobs are going to leave. That was the final slide in their presentation. And that students will have less money and the class sizes will be bigger. But they won't. If the students leave to go to another school in Napa Valley, they'll be there. The student size, the class sizes will be smaller, and the teachers can work there. They don't need to lose their job. This is really driven by the unions that want to maintain their dues. It's protectionism, and it's just embarrassing to see that in our wonderful community of the students need and deserve this opportunity to attend. The community is behind the MyCamus school. The district report is really a conflict of interest. It's like asking the fox to watch the hen house. It's really, as the other gentleman commented earlier, there was not one positive thing mentioned about the school. It was really a technicality list they tried to do to shoot it down, which is really just so disappointing for the Napa Valley School District. I really encourage that the members of the school board approve this. I'm frankly not expecting that to happen because it's politically motivated, but we do know that we all are citizens and can vote. And I hope that if this doesn't happen, that the parents and the community stand up for what is right and vote in a new school board and change the direction of the declining educational process and opportunities for those in the Napa Valley District. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Katie. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. Katie Aaron, parent. I would like to applaud the work of staff and the committee who worked tirelessly to respond to the Maya Commas petition. I support the findings and the recommendation to deny the charter, as the plan submitted fell short of displaying a readiness to educate and support SPED students. I wish to focus on the most disturbing portion of this petition, the lack of evidence that it is prepared and fiscally capable of supporting special needs students. I am very well aware of the cost that is involved in educating SPED students, as my daughter has received SPED services since she was 18 months old. Let me share some facts with you. My child costs the district an additional $78,000 annually. She is fully mainstream with the exception of her math class. She receives multiple services such as speech and OT, but has no severe handicaps or anything that would be considered above moderate needs. Yes, I did say she cost the district an additional $78,000. My one child would blow through their budget and would actually lead to a deficit. I did look at some other charter SPED allocations. For instance, the Bridges Compton Charter and also Sonoma Academy. On average, they allocated between $300 and $4,500 per student for SPED services. The Maya Commas, it is not quite clear, but it is far under that, much lower than the average $4,500. I appreciate how the Maya Commas petition points out Ed Code 56325 that basically states that services identified prior to a student enrolling will not be interrupted, provided that the student has an outlined IEP. However, I don't see the line item in their budget that explains how they would finance the IEP services, which I found in the multiple other independent charter petitions and in their budgets, where they outline the specific roles, for instance, a speech, an OT, behavioralist, etc. Those were not outlined in the Maya Commas petition. This lack of support or knowledge of the true cost to educate SPED students is alarming, and any district would be ignorant to support a charter that would lead to multiple SPED fiscal disasters and lawsuits. This petition is full of holes and lacks a plan to fully support an education that would address all students with varying needs.
Comment. Next speaker.
Yes, next speaker is Rob Hall. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Hall.
Hello, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Massetti, and student representatives. Appreciate your time and the effort you all put into the continuing education of our students. I'm a parent of 3 students in the Napa Valley Unified School District, 1 at American Canyon Middle School, and 2 at Canyon Oaks Elementary School. And I want to start with saying I understand and support the importance of charter schools and how they challenge the norms in our educational systems. And I think they can be very valuable. With that said, I support the staff's recommendation to decline this petition for the Maya Commons School. In reading through the board's report, read through earlier today, they did a very thorough job, really talked in detail about the different items on the charter. And I don't know all of the rules and regulations around the charter system. So I focus on things that I am familiar with, which is finance and effective running of a business. And also on the offerings of this school in comparison to the rest of the Napa Valley Unified School District. So I start with the offerings. I didn't see anything that was significantly different that would challenge the norms of our current educational system. Most of the items that were highlighted in the petition, I see available in our different schools around the district and that my students participate in fairly regularly. On the budget side, just looking at it from a business eye, I run a manufacturing organization. The revenue and expense sides just didn't seem realistic. I think there was a lot of overstating where the revenues would come from and understating some of the expenses, as some of the previous commenters talked about, with especially some of the special needs, the special education and other areas that could provide significant expenses that were unaccounted for. So just want to say I definitely support the board, the staff recommendation on denying the petition at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Yes, next speaker is Gail Young. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Gail Young. I'm president of Napa Valley Educators Association. And as an association, we represent the teachers, nurses, and counselors and believe in the accountability and the oversight of public education. I ask that you not approve this charter. The impact, if the charter is approved on our district, is detrimental to both employees and the programs that are there for our students. Earlier today, you were sent a petition with over 200 signatures asking for you to deny this petition. I hope that you're able to, you were able to read the comments that were there. And I ask that you listen to these people and to myself. And we urge you to deny this charter petition. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Wendy Egan's Dominguez. Go ahead, please.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Okay.
Hi, so I just wanted to address, I've called in a couple of times about my support for Maya Kamas. And instead of repeating what I've said before and what I've emailed to all of the trustees as well as the NCOE staff as well, just wanted to touch on a few things. One, I keep hearing financial hardship, that this is going to pose such a financial hardship on the district. It's 1% basically of the overall budget. The threat of program reduction and teacher layoffs. I've had students in this district for 9 years. Teacher layoffs and program reductions have been on the chopping block since day one, since we landed in this district. Maya Kamas does not have any effect on that. The district will continue doing that with or without this middle school. I've been surprised by all of the employees, the union employees that have called in about this, talking about, you know, the divisiveness of this. I think that's the way our society is right now, because people have been shoved into one box for so long, saying this is where you fit. There are certain children that don't fit. There is a gap that River Middle School filled. Now with that school closing, that gap is there again. Maya Kamas will fill that gap. People are talking about the programs that Maya Kama is offering are already offered by the other middle schools. That is completely false. Individual learning plans are not offered by any other middle school. Look it up. The teacher that called that lived in Vallejo talked about the charter schools ruining Vallejo. Go to the California Charter School website. Look at the Vallejo public schools against the Vallejo charter schools. The charter schools either perform at the same level or above the Vallejo public schools. The charter schools are outshining those schools. We need this Maya Kamas middle school. It fills a gap. This is your job, to please serve all of the students, not to shove them in boxes and say this size fits for you because we say it does. I have a special ed student. I feel 100% certain that Maya Kamas will do a better job than the services that we've received the entire time we've been in NVUSD. I am completely certain of that, and I really plead with you to please approve this petition. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jerry Eaton. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Superintendent Massetti and Board of Trustees, and thank you for all of your hard work on this petition. Thanks to the Napa Valley Unified School District staff for the amount of hours and poring over every comma and period to make sure that you were able to thoroughly understand and evaluate this petition in a comprehensive manner. It's very important. Charter schools are a positive part of our environment, but not all charter schools are alike. And so it's very important when you look at a charter petition to look at everything, which is what you've done. Last year, you had to make the difficult decision, or earlier in the year, you had to make the difficult decision to close a school. It's never fun, it's never easy, and it's disappointing to, it can be disappointing to community and staff. And this was no different. But you have to be careful. It's important. And what will happen is the district will absorb the students in the sense that we will find ways of serving the students that are already there. In other words, the ways of serving them are already there. I urge you to deny this petition for the simple reason, as was mentioned earlier by Mike Wilmarth, in terms of it being an out of town, and I hate to use the word carpetbagger, but that's the term that comes to my mind. In a sense, it's not local, and we want local. Local people have local schools, and it's a local community. And we will, the parents that are disappointed tonight, I am sure they will find a way, and they'll learn, they'll understand how the district will do what's necessary to make sure that all of their students are served and well served. So thank you very much again for all of your hard work, and I urge you to deny this petition. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Wendy Beltrami. Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Good evening. My name is Wendy Beltrami. Once again, I'm here to speak in favor of granting charter status to Maya Kamas Middle School, but this time from a different angle. As a middle school registrar, I have spent the past few months listening to hundreds of middle school families' enrollment concerns about the public options currently available in Napa for the 22-23 school year. Parents are not happy. In addition, the NVEA strong-arm tactics that paint Maya Kamas as an evil interloper have only served to weaken morale and exacerbate division among NVUSD staff. You may hear many NVEA voices tonight, but there are many more voices out there from within and outside of NVEA not speaking, fearing retaliatory action, fearing for their jobs, or who simply don't have time to wait until 8, 9, 10 p.m. over and over again to share their same concerns that are repeatedly ignored. This is not a healthy culture. Napa families need the public option of Maya Kamas, and NVUSD employees need to know sooner rather than later what their job status will be for the next school year. Denying Mayacamas charter status tonight will not cause this passionate, committed group to abandon their vision, but it will delay the process. Their strong petition will eventually be granted charter status, if not by NVUSD, then by another authorizing entity. It will result in students leaving NVUSD schools at the middle school level, causing the reassignment and reallocation of teachers and support staff at the last minute. I've experienced last minute changes to faculty, both as a parent and a staff member. NVUSD should be making every possible effort to prevent starting a new school year with that kind of chaos. In the midst of a pandemic, when students, parents, and staff are already suffering with stress and anxiety, preventing chaos should be a major priority. Cut your losses. Keep these students in public school. Vote yes tonight to grant the Mayacamas charter so that kids are settled, staffing numbers are clear, and in the end, that will be a win for NVUSD. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Yes, next speaker is Jim Derry. Go ahead, please.
This is Jim Derry here. I just wanted to say a couple things. You know, we talk about our middle schools and we talk about them as though, you know, they're doing a great job. And there's a lot of evidence that they aren't actually entirely healthy. We've got people leaving the district, as has been noted, right? After the last board meeting where we discussed Mayacamas, when the headmaster of Silverado got on and talked about how great her school was, the next day there was a fight. It was videoed where, you know, one person broke their arm, a police officer was part of the altercation. I mean, these schools are not healthy, okay? So we aren't doing a great job. We may be doing okay in some areas, but not others. We need as a community, and we need as a board, and we need as administration to start trying new things. More of the same is not working. I mean, we can see the evidence everywhere. We see it in our scores in the state, you know, state equity measures and all of that. We aren't doing a great job. We can do better. Mayacamas gives us, I think, the opportunity to start doing better. I think we need to entertain the idea that maybe this school that has already changed the dialogue around middle schools. You've seen what's gone up on the Napa district website about, you know, all these new things about programs and whatnot that have appeared only after the Mayacamas charter was submitted and were never really talked about before. This is already changing things in Napa. We need to encourage this and keep it going. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Thank you, Jim Derry.
Next speaker is Jackie Clayton. Go ahead, please.
Ms. Clayton.
Hello. Sorry, I'm working. I'm a swing custodian for NVUSD. I'm also the vice president of CEA. Tired. I hear what people are saying, but I have been here working 21 years. I graduated through NVUSD. So did my son. So did my father in 1961. So I know about family. This is my family. These schools, these students, they are my family. And to let some of my family go to something that seems so irresponsible is unacceptable. I trust what the board has presented as far as their findings. So I urge a no on this charter.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
There's no more public comment for this item.
Okay, this concludes the public comment section of this agenda item. Before we move to board deliberation, Dr. Massetti, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. Before the board starts its deliberation, discussion, and action on the Mayacamas Charter Middle School petition, as superintendent, I would like to make some comments. First of all, I want to thank my staff for their comprehensive, thorough review of the charter petition. The petition, as they all do, requires an all-hands-on-deck approach to the evaluation because a charter petition review demands the professional expertise of our various division and department leaders, from finance to human resources to educational programming to special education to facilities. Operating a public school requires knowledge, experience, and expertise across all these areas. My staff has conducted an in-depth, rigorous evaluation grounded in the law and in best practices across all these areas of school operations. I want to thank them for their hard work and effectiveness. With regards to my staff's recommendation, I want to let the Board of Education, all 7 trustees, know tonight that I too support the staff's recommendation to deny the Mayacamas Charter Middle School petition. I have 2 specific comments regarding my stance on supporting the denial of the petition that has been thoroughly presented by my staff. First, a charter petition is the submitter's opportunity to provide their very best work. The quality of the petition often correlates with the petitioner's capacity to operate a school on public dollars that is financially viable and educationally sound. If the petition is the opportunity for them to present their best, I am very concerned with this submission and subsequently concerned with the petitioner's capacity. The Mayacamas Charter Middle School petition is plagued with many deficiencies, as highlighted by the staff report. If this is the best the petitioners can do during their planning and preparation phase to potentially operate a public charter school, then I am seriously concerned about the issues that will likely emerge if they were allowed to actually open and operate. Based on our findings during this critical opportunity for the petitioners, again, to present their very best work, there is no way that I would advise this school board to approve this high-risk charter petition. The deficiencies and fundamental errors highlighted by my staff, which are supported with data, give me no confidence in the petitioner's capacity to successfully operate a public charter school on public dollars and educate children adequately with any sustainability in our community. It's simply a risk to provide these petitioners the opportunity to run a charter school in our district. Secondly, public schools, whether traditional district schools or charter schools, do operate in a regulatory environment. It is very clear that the petitioners do not understand basic regulations and requirements. It is very easy to have a well-intentioned vision for a school, but any vision for a school requires a well-articulated, realistic, viable plan for actual implementation. In NVUSD, despite several comments, we are supportive of educational innovation. However, innovating or creating new educational opportunities within the public schools does not mean that charter petitioners can dismiss basic, fundamental best practices when it comes to managing school finances, managing enrollment procedures, serving English learners, serving special education students, and providing adequate and sustainable education to their students. With that, again, I want to reiterate that I support my staff's recommendation to deny the Mayacamas Charter Middle School petition. Now, for the record, I would like to state that the petitioner submitted a response to the staff report today to both the superintendent, myself, and trustees at approximately 2:45 p.m., an hour and 45 minutes before the board meeting started, despite the fact that they had the staff report since November 22nd, which is almost 3 weeks ago. The petitioners ignored our deadlines for submitting material in a timely manner to a governing body, which provides us with another example of their inability to operate under the basic tenets for conducting work as a public agency funded on public dollars. At this point, their lack of professionalism and competency to operate within the K-12 public school environment is evident, even in simply handling their charter petition. If we were to become their authorizer, they would have to respond to our requests for documentation, they would have to provide their budgets, and they would have to follow the deadlines that we set out as part of the accountability that comes with running a public charter school. And again, during this initial planning and preparation phase, they should be demonstrating their best work and ultimately their capacity to comply. From our vantage point, we are observing a lack of professionalism and organization on their part, and they are not even operating a school yet. We find this to be very concerning. I just do want to let the public know that we will post their response on the district's website tomorrow with the materials on our charter school district webpage, again, because it was submitted today merely a couple hours before the actual board meeting. That will conclude my comments regarding this matter this evening, trustees.
Thank you, Dr. Massetti. I think we're ready for board deliberation and discussion. Trustee Gracia, would you like to proceed?
Yep, I'll start. So the charter applicants made a fundamental mistake from the get-go by believing that a plan developed for Compton Unified is appropriate for the folks here in Napa Valley. Nearly 40% of the substantive portions of the report have actually been copied and pasted from the Compton Charter, either directly or with minor changes. I don't know a lot of parents in the Napa Valley who would want to send their children to a school in Compton. Solutions designed for Compton kids will not work for Napa families. Napa families deserve schools designed in Napa for Napa children, not Compton schools designed in Compton that petitioners are trying to masquerade as their own, but that are in fact the solutions of the Bridges Academy in Compton. At the end of the day, the charter does not appear to be a good fit for Napa families. One example of their Compton bias can be seen in their choice of SELPA service provider. SELPA services are services for the special education students that the charter school will purportedly serve. Petitioners believe that they can be appropriately served by joining the LA County SELPA. I'm not sure how the students of Napa will be well served by an organization located over 400 miles away in LA County. The idea that our most vulnerable students will be getting the least effective care because they will be serviced by an organization that is 400 miles away doesn't sit well with me, especially when the petitioners purport to be selecting a high portion of unduplicated students, a significant portion of whom also use SPED services. The charter organizers lack a plan. They have lots of good sounding conclusory statements, but no real concrete plan on how to get to those conclusory results. Petitioners lack the knowledge and experience to successfully implement the programs themselves. Because the petitioners lack sufficient knowledge to implement the plan themselves, they should have laid out a plan to obtain the expertise needed to successfully implement their charter petition, but have not done so. They seem to think that you can just get the head of schools and teachers to throw it all together for you in the spare time. These are the same teachers who they have already burdened with an incredible amount of responsibility. They expect the same people to instruct students, provide individualized education plans for every student, provide deep and engaging SEL instruction, teach SPED, sufficiently differentiate all instruction down to the individual level, and effectively combine and loop classes together, all while also designing the programs and curriculum from the ground up with no structure or supports to help them get this done. Petitioners are so unfamiliar with how the school will operate that they feared having a simple meeting with the district in order to explain any questions that the district may have surrounding their petition. In general, petitioners and districts that they are petitioning typically meet as part of the application process in order to move their application forward in a successful manner. But here, petitioners refuse to meet with the district at all. When offered the meeting, they tried to put all manner of conditions on the meeting in the hopes that they would not have to go through with the meeting when their conditions were rejected. I believe that petitioners were not confident in their ability to understand their own charter and represent it well to the district. They were too worried about looking foolish because they don't know what is in their petition or how they will accomplish the conclusory statements that they made in the petition. Make no mistake, the petitioners are the individuals who are ultimately responsible for the success or failure of the school they are petitioning to start. If they don't have the answers and have no plan to get someone who can provide the answers, then I cannot see how they can possibly succeed in running their school. The petitioners appear to not have reviewed the documents that they submitted to the district, as their budget in the Excel file embarrassingly sat on the district webpage for weeks, riddled with errors and a complete lack of data. In fact, it was the errors in the Excel spreadsheet that led us to learn that the petition was actually originally and primarily a petition for a charter school submitted to Compton Unified. The Compton petition that was copied was so bad that it was denied by Compton Unified, the district it was initially presented to. So not only did petitioners choose to copy a petition, but they chose to copy a petition so bad it has already been denied once by Compton Unified. The petition they chose to copy is even further embroiled, as it is the subject of a lawsuit between LA County Office of Ed and Compton Unified. And yet this is the petition they chose to copy. By choosing as their model petition a school that already failed to get approval and over which there is active litigation, petitioners have demonstrated their poor judgment and lack of ability with regard to foresight and planning. I can't understand why, if you are not going to create a unique petition, you wouldn't at least choose a successful petition as the basis for your application instead of an already failed petition. Finances. Petitioners have submitted a phony budget, wherein they have suggested that they will be able to generate 60% unduplicated student enrollment numbers. This is significant as unduplicated student enrollment comes with additional funding, which is critical to the ability of this proposed charter to balance its budget. Petitioners are legally prohibited from relying on numbers greater than the district in which they are submitting their charter. The NVUSD unduplicated count is only 55%. Therefore, choosing to use the 60% number, they are fraudulently attempting to inflate their income in order to balance their budget. If that weren't bad enough, the percentage of people who are actually interested in attending the MyCommerce Charter is even worse for them financially. Of students currently interested in attending, only 25% are actually unduplicated students. This is a whopping shortfall of 35% in the unduplicated student population, which will have catastrophic budget implications. Petitioners have vastly overestimated the percentage of unduplicated pupils who will attend the proposed charter and therefore the funding they are likely to receive. This, however, is far from the only problem facing the financial issues in the petition. Petitioners rely on a donation of $250,000 in order to balance their budget. There are no details about where this mysterious $250,000 will come from. Despite staff having a suspicion of where the money is coming from, the petitioners give no details on who is donating it or how certain said donation is likely to be. Instead, they make it a critical and instrumental part of their budget projection and rely on it as if it's no big deal. What happens if that $250,000 doesn't show up? Donors back out all the time. If this isn't money in hand, I don't see how they can possibly expect to rely upon it. Further, no information was submitted in their financial projections that would allow us to understand if any of the expenses they estimate are reliable. They submitted no information about an insurance agency that they have spoken with, or even the amounts of insurance that they will seek to purchase, which would give us at least some idea about whether or not the cost projections that they made are realistic. There is no cost breakdown of the various curriculum pieces that they intend to purchase. We are just to assume that the money listed on the line is adequate for all their purchases. Based on NVUSD curriculum purchases over the years, I have strong reason to doubt the sufficiency of this number, especially in year one. The petitioners add an extra nearly $40,000 to their budget in year one based on lottery income. They are not entitled to lottery income until year two. That error alone wipes out nearly 40% of their projected reserve at the end of year one. Charter schools' projected facility costs are based on petitioner's estimated rental and utility rate of $220,000 in year one. Unfortunately, there's no backup documentation on this. There's not even a document that indicates what the proposed lease might look like, much less how they estimated the utility costs. With no evidence around what the proposed lease would look like, there's no way to tell if this is a reasonable estimate. The most damning of all the financial errors, however, has to be that the budget fails to follow basic accounting rules and doesn't differentiate between restricted and unrestricted revenues. The failure to follow basic accounting procedures leads to errors like the exclusion of roughly $253,000 in cash flow expenses in year two for the lease and utilities. Excluding a cash flow expense that equates to roughly 10% of your total budget is a massive error. An oversight of this magnitude is astounding. MCMS will run out of cash in its second year of operation by November. One of the shocking things that is not present in their budget is that petitioners have failed to budget any money to bring their school facility that they have told us they intend to lease up to ADA compliance. As a new school, they are required to be ADA compliant so that visitors with disabilities and students with disabilities can access their facility. If they choose to operate without ADA compliance, they will shortly be facing a lawsuit around their lack of compliance, and then they will have to both fix the issue and pay the plaintiff. This money is also not earmarked in the budget. If all that weren't enough, the charter also assumes explosive growth in their enrollment numbers. They anticipate growing the number of incoming sixth graders from year one to year two by 86%. This is a completely unrealistic rate of growth. Even if we assume that a new charter might attract some level of growth, an 86% increase in student growth from sixth graders is completely unrealistic. Unfortunately, the budgetary reality is without said growth, the MCMS budget becomes completely unworkable. The explosive 80% increase in student enrollment at the sixth grade level must be understood in the broader school climate. Presently, the number of students entering middle school continues to decline year over year as the district and more broadly, the state of California continues to see a decline in enrollment. This decline has been exacerbated by COVID, making students disenrollment happen even faster than ever as people flee the state for more affordable locations. As smaller groups of students enroll in kindergarten, smaller and smaller groups of students are moving through to middle school. In an ever-dwindling pool, MCMS just conclusively states they will be able to garner a bigger and bigger share of a smaller and smaller pool of students. Unfortunately, like so much in this petition, they have no actual plan on how to garner those students and just confidently state, oh yes, it will happen. So despite not presenting a viable plan and merely relying on conclusory statements, having a recycled petition that was denied by Compton Unified, and having a fairy tale budget, there is still one further problem: the oversight of the charter petition itself. Appendix E indicates that Napa FO is a charitable organization led by petitioners in this case. Napa FO, according to the petition, will be the body overseeing the operation of MCMS and will hold the operators of the school accountable according to page 16 of the charter petition. This is extremely concerning, as it would appear that Napa FO, under the direction of the petitioners, are already failing to live up to the bylaws of their own corporation. The bylaws of Napa FO require that there be a monthly meeting of the corporation every month from August through May of every year. The bylaws further require, and I quote, "The agenda shall specify the time and location of the meeting and shall be posted in a location that is freely accessible to members of the public as well as on the corporation's website. No action or discussion shall be undertaken at any annual or regular meeting on any item that is not appearing on the posted agenda. There have been no posted meetings in August, September, October, or November. Either they failed to post an agenda publicly, they failed to meet, or both." Napa FO is an organization that petitioner is president of, and as president has already failed to hold the necessary meetings described by the bylaws of her corporation. Claiming then that NAPA-FO will be a reliable and responsible organization to provide oversight of MCMS does not pass the sniff test. If petitioner, as president of NAPA-FO, can't reliably comply with the bylaws of her own charitable organization, what makes you think she will be able to comply with the myriad rules and regulations mandated by the state and federal government? If you can't accomplish something as simple as following the bylaws that you just adopted in August, I'm not sure how we can entrust you with public money to run a school. NAPA-FO has given us reason for grave doubt and instills no confidence in their ability to provide oversight of a public charter school. Ultimately, we're left with the following question. How can the petitioner, who can't even operate under the bylaws she created just 4 months ago, hope to provide oversight over the creation and operation of an entirely new school? As I stated before, and will state again, this petition inspires no confidence. If you can't supply any details around how you will achieve your goals, can't help but recycle an already failed and embattled petition from Compton, and can't help but submit a fairy tale budget with no basis in reality, then you have no business being in the school business. Those problems are compounded even further by the demonstrable and utter lack of oversight by an organization that apparently can't even comply with the bylaws that they themselves adopted a few scant months ago. For all the foregoing reasons, I cannot in good conscience support this petition.
Trustee Water, would you like to go next? I'm sorry, I apologize. Trustee Water, would you like to go next?
Yes, I will go next. And my goodness, David, it's quite an act to follow. Okay, well, I am very sorry it has come to this. Last spring, when we decided to close down River School, I said to the petitioners that, I admired their energy and I would love for them to work with us, because we do have some exciting plans in the works. Actually, they're more than plans now, and you'll be hearing about them. But here we are. This has been an interesting several months. I and my board have been subjected to a great deal of verbal abuse. Someone wrote a letter to the paper a couple of weeks ago calling us morally reprehensible. This is a person who actually likes me and wrote that. And fortunately, my social emotional learning was fully engaged. So I was able to, get through this without too much damage to my, 71-year-old psyche. I drove past St. John's School on Monday and saw it was, festooned with signs saying, support Maya Kama's school. And this is really ironic because St. John's, with over a century of experience in running a school, couldn't keep the doors open. And this is at a time when, according to the petitioners, people are flocking to private schools. So there's an element of unrealism here with finance, most eloquently addressed by my colleague, English language development, special ed. And, I have colleagues who can address this more succinctly than I can. One of the petitioners had an editorial in Registry yesterday and discussing declining enrollment. The writer did not go into the pandemic or really high real estate prices. The editorial was cast almost entirely in terms of people dashing away from the public schools and going to private schools. Now, this is a pretty rarefied group here, and I don't think they're representative of the majority of Nappans. We do have declining enrollment, aside from a declining birth rate, which is, worldwide. The pandemic. I believe a lot of our people moved when the hospitality industry collapsed. They moved back out to the Central Valley where there was work. Yes, high real estate. I bore my colleagues with this constantly. Second homes, third homes. I just got an ad for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,149 square foot home on a 1/10 of an acre well over $800,000. A Napa Valley retreat with vintage charm. I suspect that's not going to go to a young family. And I believe some young people have left school and entered the workforce. There is a lot of work. And this is something that does concern me. And but let's talk about private schools. Why do people go to private schools? Okay, in the pandemic, we did lose some students to private schools. They're smaller. They are non-union, so it's easier to get the staff to do what they want them to do, which is opening faster. They have a controlled population. There are religious reasons. There's a family tradition. In this case, the grandparents often pay for the schools. You know, I know people like this. And then there's another one. There's a desire to have your children associate with the children of educated parents. Today, there is a very high correlation between education and income. This is also one of the reasons that people send their children to private colleges and universities, because, you know, they want their children to meet people that are prosperous. You know, it's helpful, it's good for their future. To be clear, don't mistake me. I have nothing against private schools. If people pay, their children attend. But I got a note on one of the petitions that was sent to me recently, just today, and read that one person said, we had to support Maya Kamas because she didn't want to pay for private school. Well, that's great if you can work that one out, but I don't want the taxpayers to pay for a quasi-private school. All this is coming from the River school shutdown. It's as if River, which isn't even a ghost, is haunting this petition. True confession, my daughter attended River School. And I did not know at the time, I wasn't working at Napa High yet. I didn't know what a bunch of charter schools can do to a community's budget, a school district's budget. She wanted to go, some of her friends were going, I said, fine. And I am telling you that the education she received there was no better than the education my son got at Redwood. However, to get into River School, she had to have an interview, an application, an essay, and an art project. Plus, we were told as parents we had to pay $75 a month for her to go to school there and sign a pledge to volunteer a certain number of hours a month, or she would be kicked out. And now, it's easy to develop a school with a reputation for academic excellence when you have very motivated parents and you peel off the top test scores in a school district. You know, however, by the way, I never volunteered there. My husband did because I got a job at Napa High and absolutely could not take time off. However, my experience at Napa High School, I taught many River students in my classes. And, you know, they're nice kids. They're nice. There were a few were outstanding students, but by and large, they were no more emotionally, socially, or academically prepared for high school than any of the children from the other middle schools. This petition has serious deficiencies, and it is the finances are huge. And it may sound cold-hearted, but we do take those very, very seriously. And, you know, it's really not aimed at the surrounding community. The cost for special ed, that's underestimated. And I'm not going to blame the petitioners. They are inexperienced, but the consultant should have known better. It is the remarkable similarity, the 40% that is similar to another petition, the one from Compton. Some might call it plagiarism. I'm a former English teacher and I will call it plagiarism. That does give me serious pause. There has been, I've been hearing some union and teacher bashing here, and the people critical of teachers who, if the teachers don't care, who will care? Okay, the teachers care about their students. Did you listen to our students of the month tonight? Did you listen to our students of the month? What they said about their teachers, about counselors, about how they loved their school, how there was someone there for them. Yes, one of the schools was small, but one of them is a very large school. And it's very heartwarming. We're not one size fits all. We look at the whole child. We don't treat children as if they're these, little widgets and we're trying to make them conform. And I guess, having been a teacher in this community, having been through several disasters before the pandemic, I need to say something. Did you know that your teachers, that the teachers, when they sign their contract, they are pledging to follow Ed Code, and Ed Code says that this community can be hit with anything. Horrible things can happen. The teacher's house can be in flames. She cannot leave the school she cannot leave her students until they're safe. That's what these teachers that people are turning their noses up about and calling self-interested. That's what they do for your children. You really need to remember that. And I'm really sorry it has come to this. I'm being told to approve Mayacamas because the school will attract some new people who are going to enter our schools and love our schools. I can't ignore the children who live here now. I can't base a decision on phantom students who may not materialize. Now, past boards have staked their faith in the future, and I've been critical of some of the decisions they made, but I can't fault them. They really thought Napa Pipe would have been built by now. They really thought that housing was going in. And frankly, I could write a Netflix dramedy, and I would title it Waiting for Costco. Still not here. Again, I have to take care of the students we have, not who may come. We've got some great options here. If people would just open their eyes, and not be so set on this exclusivity. There's a gentleman spoke earlier about, the magic of public education, and it's there. I've seen it. I love it. And I've seen it. I've seen great things happen. I've seen students succeed, students from, let's say the odds weren't in their favor, okay? But they've done really well. And it's because the people who work in the public schools care about the kids. So I'm going to repeat it again. Yes, I've been called hard names and I've been mocked and bashed over this thing, but I'm used to that. And I don't care. I'm asking the petitioners, come on, let's join up. Let's be partners. Let's do it. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Water. Trustee Reiser?
Before we go there, as we're approaching 10:30, I thought maybe I would make a motion to extend our meeting maybe to 2 a.m.
Second.
Okay, first by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley. Student Board Rep?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes. Thank you. Trustee Dooley?
Thank you. This is a very difficult decision, and I know, this is personal for a lot of people. This is
their students' education, their child's education. This is an important event, an important milestone, sending your child to middle school. It's in these times when we're dealing with a personal, something that has such a personal impact, I think that it's very important that we rely on a meaningful and a meaningful process to analyze this decision. One of our board priorities was to ensure that the charter authorizing process was meaningful and effective. And the reason for that is because we know how intensely personal this decision can be for us and how intensely personal the impact of this decision can be for others. The reason why the process is important is it's our duty as the charter authorizers to determine whether to divert taxpayer dollars to the tunes of millions of dollars of taxpayer money to an organization that isn't governed by an elected body. It's our duty as authorizers to determine whether to allow an unaccountable charter board to educate students that otherwise would be educated within our system. I'm very concerned about the fact that we are being asked to address this charter by petitioners who have disregarded the process that we've put into place. They've refused to engage in the process that was laid out when the petition was received. They refused to answer questions from the administration that would illuminate some of the concerns that were laid out in the staff report. They refused to follow the submission deadlines for materials for this meeting. They've refused in a lot of ways to engage in the process that we've established for the purpose of analyzing this petition and for the purpose of addressing a very personal and difficult question. They mentioned in the video that this process has been contentious. You know, we don't see a lot of the work between, you know, behind the doors from the administration, but it strikes me as odd that someone who refuses to acknowledge the process that we've set forth would claim that that process was contentious. It's rather self-imposed contentiousness. So the process is important. I also, you know, I agree that river is a big issue. It's not unspoken. There were a lot of commenters who pointed to river as an example, who appear to want Maya Kamas to replace river, to fill river's void, as they've said. And again, full disclosure, my daughter is a current student at River. My wife used to be employed there. And when my daughter enrolled there, it was still a charter. And it was the charter that was in the process of relinquishing the charter and joining the district. I went to those board meetings. There was a group of parents at the first one where we looked at the proposed budget for the charter. We looked at the rising costs that the charter was facing. And the charter board determined that it was not feasible to operate that charter school. It was not a decision to join the district to improve the district's enrollment numbers. It was not a decision in exchange for some quid pro quo with the district. The charter was going to go bankrupt, and the only option to remain as a school was to join the district. There was a lot of concern among parents. The major concern was that they didn't want to be called a traditional middle school. There was negotiation that was discussed at this meeting about calling the school a traditional middle school, not because of some, real deep-seated. It was, we are not a traditional school, and we shouldn't be called that. I feel that same reaction in this process. The reaction to being a part of a one-size-fits-all school, or being a part of a homogeneous, monolithic, 1,000-student school, as if that is that is A, the reality, and B, a horrible thing for their children to experience. They're telling the families of the students in this district that the school they're going to is awful, and that they should join this small school, this non-traditional school. I take a lot of issue with that, because, I take issue with that because it's really being raised as an issue of choice or options. The problem is, it's not about choice or options. Let's look at this. It is not a choice for students with special education needs. Students with special education needs do not have the choice to go to the school because there's no funding for it. Students with physical disabilities cannot go to this school. They can't choose this school because they can't get up the stairs to the second story and go to attend classes there. Students with English language needs, they can't choose this school because there's no clear plan for how they will be served to address their English learning needs. So it's not about choice. It's not about choice for all. And even if you're not in one of those categories, my kids aren't really in those categories. So what is it a viable option for my kids, for example? And that's where the budget, the feasibility of the operation of the school comes in. There's just completely unsubstantiated assumptions about revenue. The idea that they would have 60% free and reduced lunch when that rate hasn't happened in the district ever. Maybe at an individual school, but not at the district level. Ignoring or not including cash flow projections for the facilities in your, that compounds on itself. It's also not a choice that provides any educational differentiation or any educational uniqueness or definition that isn't being provided by schools within the district. Project-based learning is part of the district curriculum and has been. It's a recognized, pedagogy. It's part of our schools. We all have small learning communities at the traditional middle schools, and there are clear assessment and success criteria at our schools, and we haven't seen that from the petitioners. So there's not really a choice. It's a false choice. We have a proposed school that will not serve the needs of this community, that is not available as a choice for many members of this community. And for those who can choose it, who are the target audience for this school, it's a lot of hopes and wishes without substance. So, you know, I think as a charter petition that is seeking our authorization to, again, divert millions of taxpayer dollars away from an elected board to select students away from our student body, we have a duty to be critical and to be concerned about the deficiencies in this petition. I, for one, am very concerned, and for that reason, I cannot support the authorization of this charter.
Thank you, Trustee Dooley. Trustee Chu?
So I read this petition several times because this petition was brought forth by parents. I read it through my parent eyes. I am a parent in the district of an elementary school student, 4th grade, going to be in middle school. I have a current middle school child who is in 8th grade. I am a parent of one child who is neurodiverse, who has an IEP plan. I also have a neurotypical child who doesn't need any of those special services. I'm a former English learner, and I am a parent of kids who go to large elementary school, the largest in our district, and the largest middle school in our district. A very diverse middle school that represents my community's diversity, because that's really the only middle school in American Canyon. So I was reading this several times using various ways of my lens, because, you know, we all bring our lived experience onto this board. And I came up with very similar findings as what the staff have presented. And which is really unfortunate, because I wish that it was something that would really serve our students well. But I will say that the one lens that really gave me huge concern is from a parent-teacher organization lens. I am a former board member of the Canyon Oaks PTO. I left that board in November of 2020 when I knew I was going to get onto this board, and to remain neutral and not have any conflicts of interest, I stepped down from that board. During my entire time on that board, we did a lot of work to raise a lot of money. We had very generous parents donating to our cause, which is to provide enrichment services for our students in ways that the district had no money to help. For example, you know, we provided at the PTO provided art instruction. We used our hard-earned fundraised money to provide an instructor for all of our students at Canyon Oaks Elementary. That's like 700 children. That is a big ask for an organization. And I'm really concerned by looking at this petition in this lens, because I see that they have startup funds of $250,000. My only conclusion, which I believe, you know, I think others have mentioned, is that where did this money come from? Did they fundraise this however many months that this foundation has been operating, or was it from the former River Family Foundation? I believe it's, yeah, River Family Foundation. So from what I understand, when River relinquished their charter and became a district school, their foundation then had to operate under our government's policies as a school-based organization, which means that when they go out and solicit funds, it is for the explicit use of our students. And so the money that they've raised should go to our students, which is what every parent-teacher organization parent-teacher association, parent-faculty club, whatever you want to call it, booster clubs. That's what they do. I'm concerned, actually a lot concerned, not just a little, a lot concerned that I feel like maybe this money went towards trying to create this charter school. And that doesn't sit well with me because we have a lot of parent clubs that are operating under our rules. We even had FICMAT come in fall of 2020 to give that presentation to all of our parent clubs, including River Family Foundation, who happened to be a school-connected organization at the time. How are we supposed to respond to these parent clubs when we don't enforce our rules or don't, hold this accountability for the interests of our students? I really worry about that and what that precedent has set. So, President Jankowicz, I was wondering if we can give direction to the superintendent to look into what happened to the River Family Foundation. When they were a school-connected organization, those funds, whatever funds that they had, that they raised, should have gone to our students, those students at River. Are we able to do that?
I have to ask the trustees. That could not be done by a single trustee. Trustees, are you comfortable with giving Dr. Musetti that direction?
I would support that.
Yes.
Yes. Trustee Dooley?
Yes, I would support that.
I would
Trustee
not only
Gonzalez Morris?
I'm just to clarify, so the request would be that the money that was raised by the River Middle School Foundation, sort of like what's happening to it? Like what's, yeah, I think that's been a question. So yeah, I would support that, absolutely.
Okay, and Trustee Reiser?
I not only support it, I really encourage it. I'm as I've said before in previous meetings, also a former River School parent, and I donated monthly for 5 years. So my family contributed several $1,000s to that fund, and as it was proposed and really highly suggested, let me say. I think after my older daughter's first year, it was no longer a requirement, but there was a lot of pressure to fill out a form at the start of the year it was sort of like a tithing where, you gave your account number and it was a monthly withdrawal. And that was really proposed to me as a River parent to support particular supplemental programming like Trustee Chu described. She participated with the fundraising for at Canyon Oaks. It was meant to go to field trips, outdoor education, supplemental experiences, things that the district and that the charter budget were above and beyond. And so I'm highly interested to know if this current group of petitioners is using those funds that I contributed to for this purpose, because that's not what I gave it for.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Musetti, are you comfortable with your direction?
Yeah, I think,
I'm sorry, one moment. Trustee Water?
I just wanted to add something to this, which we've never said in our meetings. But the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, in 2016 told the NVUSD that this type of coerced fundraising and these enforced voluntarism, the great paradox was illegal. And so they stopped requiring it.
I will say that they stopped requiring it, but they did not stop pressuring parents to continue to contribute.
So yeah, I am clear. I will look into the matter around and just, for the record, the district has noticed the the current petitioners who did serve as leaders on the River Family Foundation, the district did request documentation from them and did request that they follow the process. There is even a process as you undo a school-based organization, but our requests have been ignored. So that's something staff has done. But what I'm hearing in connection to the Maya Commons charter petition, and our staff did put that assumption that some of that money laid out in the budget was connected to that original River Family Foundation. What I'm hearing is a request for me to kind of look further into that matter and see if the lack of procedure and protocol is of concern and something that the district needs to really research and pursue. So I will work on that with staff.
Great, thank you, trustees.
I do, just to the connection to what Trustee Water has brought up regarding the ACLU in 2016, that is absolutely true. One of the concerns that, or one of the highlights in the staff report was some of the replication of admission processes or, volunteer commitments from parents, replicating some of these practices that were found to be illegal and non-compliant with past charter schools in the district. So that is a red flag for us that we are not willing to paint green because the district has a history of being put on, the charter schools in the district have had a history of being put on notice for this very same practice that was, again, included in the Maya Commons charter petition.
Thank you. I am. That was my big concern, and
I like the sound of doctor one day. Thank you all. And when I say all, I mean the staff, but also just for the first time hearing from my fellow trustees and just Trustee Gracia for diving into and analyzing it with your lens is very informative, and I quite capture that when I saw that, but I just always appreciate how you share your perspective on that. And to also, David and Eve's, Jason and Eve's initial comments about having their own kids go through the river school, and so is Trustee Water. And Lisa, that was a great last question in regards to the foundation. As I look into my role as trustee, one of my important duties is to do my due diligence in understanding the various components that supports a successful district, that in turn supports our students, staff, and help create a positive impact in our community. And as a trustee, one of my important roles is to make inquiries whether we are conducting a legal process and that we are following a process, and that our findings are based on careful and thorough review of this charter petition. And I am confident that we have done that. The NVUSD staff report shows just that, a detailed analysis of the findings with a lot of concerns that I agree, whether it's about our finances, our instruction, staff, or our facilities. I'm particularly concerned about the English language learner students, as a former English language learner myself, where the petition proposes a coordinator for the EL students in year 3. I'm still trying to process, I don't understand that, but it just shows the poor knowledge of the important and delicate responsibilities that are needed. So I fear for our EL students if this petition were to be approved. In addition, the fiscal and operational plan is just simply not a plan. I'm not going to go over all the details that are shared so far. I agree. It's just very clear that in many of the areas there, the revenue are overstated. And this is something that the district has been taking very seriously, our finances. We have fine-tuned into that. And we've done a lot of hard work to understand our finances. So this is a group of trustees that are well equipped in understanding that. And we have the staff to help us understand that. I too have family that attended River, nephews and a niece. And not only attended River, but I've attended charter schools. And this includes NVLA and River Middle School. So I'm not opposed to the idea of innovation and creativity. That's really how NVLA began with the dual language immersion. It is to be said that that kind of innovation, which now we can look back and think, really, was that really innovation? That should have been a simple thing, and that is clear. That should have existed in our district, but that's how it goes. So I understand that and I appreciate that. And we want to embrace that, and the district embrace that to the point that we are expanding that program, and it got expanded to other schools. So that is exciting. And the same thing we did with our social and emotional learning program. We have wellness centers, and we're just expanding that in various ways in multiple of our schools. So the innovation and creativity, I applaud that. I look forward to that. But this petition is clearly not tailored to address a gap and the needs of our students. As mentioned, to detail, 40% of the petition was plagiarized, and many of it duplicates the services we are already providing at our sites, like the social and emotional learning. And the part of the request that we approve because of need of a small school is just simply not enough. I also know that many parents and staff are listening, and I want our middle schools to know that you are not unhealthy. You are magnificent in every way possible. To say that one incident on your campus define you is just not true. If that were true, I remember when River School almost experienced a scary moment, one that the district had to provide many additional services, including additional service to provide emotional support. If this is to a school that highlights their success of their SEL services that is proposed in this position. So to the American Canyon Middle School, Redwood Middle School, Serrato Middle School, and Harvest Middle School, you are amazing, and I am proud of you. I thank the petitioners for their interest and work to find ways to support the students and their community. Unfortunately, this petition is deficient, and I will vote to deny the petition. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Riser.
Okay, batting last. So I will try my best not to be repetitive or duplicative. First, I'll just thank the staff for their hard work. The report was very thorough. I will say for the record that, like I think probably all of us, I read the petition well before I received the staff report and came to the same conclusions. So I thank them for their hard work and providing the documentation and the really the laid out argument highlighting the deficiencies in this petition. I have to be honest, I was really disappointed in the quality of this petition. It read to me like sort of a hastily thrown together term paper by like a freshman interested in majoring in education. It was full of repetition of stock phrases, a lot of ambiguity, a lot of padding of cutting and pasting outside resources. And as we have mentioned many times, significant portions lifted directly from another person's work, which would merit an automatic F based on academic ethics or whatever the word would be for that. I won't belabor the budget findings, but I agree that suffice it to say that this is not fiscally sustainable. It's concerning that there are so many errors in their assumptions and so many financial holes in what the school will actually need to run and assumptions in the income that they assume that they're going to have. I would like to say I've heard a lot from supporters of this petition that we should approve it because we need options in our district and that there are no options. And I just would like to remind everybody that our district has a lot of options for middle school in our district. We do have a K-8 public charter, Waldorf charter, the Stonebridge School. We now have a successful pilot of a K-8 school at the site of the Shearer Elementary, and potentially an additional site for a K-8 small school pilot at Browns Valley Elementary School pending, adequate interest. So that enrollment data should be coming soon, and we'll see. So we may actually have 2 K-8 charter, 3 K-8 school options for those who really feel that a comprehensive traditional middle school of a larger size is not a good fit for their child. And in addition to that, we, based on the reconfiguration decision-making that we did, that was tough and somewhat controversial in our community, we're going to be launching a language academy, Unidos Middle School, in the fall. So to say that NVUSD does not offer options in education is just simply a misstatement of fact. I want to address a little bit the demographics. Trustee Water mentioned that with River School, River School was investigated by the ACLU for discriminatory practices, and part of that picture included that the River School demographics did not match our community. Latinx families did not go to River School in great numbers. And so knowing that history, and because we've sort of acknowledged openly here that this Maya Kamis charter petition has arisen out of the closure or the ending of the River program, I would have thought that that team would really truly commit to making sure that they did not repeat that mistake. And so I find it really interesting that despite their claims of wanting to serve a diverse student body, and in fact, their assumption that they're going to be serving not only a percentage of unduplicated pupils that is close to what the district has, but actually above, they're claiming an average of unduplicated pupils above our district average. The enrollment information of interested families that we've gotten doesn't reflect that. So it feels like they're talking the talk, but they're not doing the work to actually attract those families to this potential charter school. So that's disappointing to me. Saying that you're recruiting by asking La Morenita Market to put flyers in their bags, that's not how you attract families to your school. And if I were a parent of English learners, I would run the other direction from this charter school. I mean, I'm a former educator who spent 15 years teaching English language learners and 5 years researching and developing curriculum geared to support English language learners. And this petition does not have a plan for our English learners. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping around here because I'm trying not to repeat. It just keeps restating over and over again, all students' needs will be met. Well, that's not a plan. And it feels in the plan that there's this sort of like magic catch-all of the learning lab time, that everything will happen in the learning lab time. Well, 45 minutes a day, if you're an English language learner, that's your ELD time. And so you're either going to adequately serve English learners, giving them adequate English language development, or you're going to give them differentiation of instruction during that time. They can't be in both places at once. So that's a really concerning element to me about the sort of lackluster would be, a diplomatic way to put it, plan for serving English learners. So the petitioners claim to be aiming to attract a high number of English learners, and yet the information that we have about prospective families does not reflect that. And then their plan, which as Dr. Massetti said, the petition should really be your best work. It should be a really highly thought out plan of how you're going to serve the students that you claim to want to serve. And it is just missing. It's vague about the time allotment. There's not a plan for how to address English learners who also need special education services, or even English learners that need tier 2 and tier 3 academic interventions aside from special education IEP plans. So the thought of, being a trustee is a position of trust, and you're asking us to trust you, petitioners, with 180 of our community's children. And, but you're not presenting a plan that inspires trust in me as an educator. That also goes for the special education students. For some inexplicable reason, the petitioners have chosen not to pursue membership in our local SELPA, which is, by the way, one of the highest funded SELPAs in the state, and run within our district by Terry Lynn Rossetti, who was just named Special Education Administrator of the Year. So I don't understand the rationale for not seeking services in our community, in particular when those services are of such high caliber. And I don't understand how it would work to, even if they're granted membership in this Los Angeles County Charter SELPA, which remains to be seen, they've expressed interest in joining it, but the SELPA has not accepted that application yet. So that's a big if. But even if they're granted membership in that SELPA, how does that work exactly? How do you coordinate services with contractors or providers from 400 miles away? That doesn't seem to be adequate to me. If I were going to approve this, I would say I need to know that this school would offer at least as good an option for our English learners and our special education students as what we offer in the district. And the answer is it doesn't. It doesn't. Let's see. I wanted to speak a little bit about another issue about the demographics and who is interested in this school. I'm one of the 2 trustees on this board representing areas that include American Canyon students. And I think it's worth noting that despite the rationale that the petitioners articulate, that we need this school because it's going to be a bridge from our New Tech Elementary School to our New Tech High School. Let me see. Out of the 108 meaningfully interested families whose signatures were submitted as an appendix, only 2 are from American Canyon. And out of the 200 plus petition signatures that were emailed to me last night by the petitioners, only 6 of those were American Canyon residents. And by contrast, there were 12 who were out of the boundaries of NVUSD, including a person from Boulder, Colorado, and someone from Otwell, Indiana. So I take my responsibility as considering the needs of American Canyon students very seriously. And when we make decisions about resources and programming, we have to consider the impact on all of our students. So from the point of view of our students in American Canyon, it doesn't seem like this is going to have any sort of positive impact. I don't envision Napa Junction student and families commuting up to downtown Napa to take advantage of this offering. And it seems like if petitioners were really committed to that K-12 pathway, like they mentioned in their video, they would have been, making presentations at Napa Junction Elementary School and making the case that this was a really important option that American Canyon families should take advantage of, and potentially even looking into ways to increase access by offering transportation or offering to coordinate carpools or something. So it just seems like another, kind of an empty promise. There's just, there's an expression, I'm not from Texas, but, it feels a lot like this is all hat, no cattle in this petition. There's a lot of talk and there's not a lot of meaningful ideas and implementation plans to back it up. Let's see. I did want to talk a little bit about I said that the learning lab time is this kind of magical time that everything gets thrown into the learning lab time. And that's when every individual's needs will be met to the fullest extent. I feel like in the building staff capacity time that, professional development 10 days in the summer is the sort of magical learning lab wormhole of time that serves for the staff there. Staff development is very important and building staff capacity is very important. And the petition outlines a crazy amount of topics to be covered during those 10 days. So 10 full days is 80 hours, and they listed 16 areas that were all going to fall into the magical summer, PD time. That's assuming that they're fully staffed by the time that time takes place. And then there was someone who called in support who said, oh, and then it's going to be so wonderful to, I think it was in the video, actually, Ms. Gomez. It'll be so wonderful to have those 2 weeks in which we can plan and prepare. Well, they're not going to be planning and preparing. They're going to be sitting trying to absorb 16 different topics of, pedagogy and programming to be ready to implement it. So that just feels really inadequate to me and like an overload. Staffing concerns is very concerning to me that there's no math teacher and no special ed teacher yet identified. And as we heard from Ms. Page, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, those are hard positions to fill. And in addition, to having an unfilled special education position, there's no mention of any other special ed services like a speech and language pathologist, an occupational therapist, a behaviorist. There are no other identified staff members to do that. So I guess that also falls into the sort of magical thinking of the SELPA in Los Angeles is going to somehow identify and facilitate services from afar for those who need it. And I'm also curious, looking at the appendix that said who were the staff from River School that were meaningfully interested in coming over to this new school. There were 10, 2 coming out of retirement. So 8 current teachers wanting to go over. But my daughters both went to River School and none of their favorite teachers that they felt they learned the most from and the best from are among that group. And as a former teacher myself, I have to ask, I'm speculating in my mind about why that could be. And sort of the most obvious reason and conclusion is that the salary is not competitive and the benefits are not competitive. So that really highlights to me a concern about attracting experienced and competent teachers to fill the other positions. And it also sort of leads me to wonder if those longtime River teachers might lack confidence in the team that has assembled to try to implement this plan. It's just a thought. I'm not putting words in their mouth, but it makes me wonder why those teachers that were at River, long-term and really invested in the program, if they really believed in this model and in the potential for its success, why aren't they all in? We've talked about the replication of programming. This is really duplicative. Reading through the petition on my own before the staff report, I just kept saying, how is this different from what we're doing? We're already doing, over and over again, I was writing, we are already doing this. NVUSD does this. We do Adaptive online learning programs. We use Amplify Science curriculum. We use Second Step, the social emotional learning curriculum. I find it really ironic that they're using the district's program for their social emotional learning when that is the sort of the ethos of their identity is social emotional learning. We use positive behavioral intervention and supports. We do team teaching at our middle schools. Our middle schools have advisories. Our middle schools have differentiation of instruction. That's part of teaching. So this notion, it doesn't sit well with me, this kind of implication that social emotional learning and differentiation of instruction and awareness and desire and drive and competence to meet individual students' needs is something that is not happening in our schools, but that this group has cornered the market on it. And I would like to also say, to echo what Trustee Gonzalez-Maras said, that just a shout out to our middle school teachers that are working hard every day, that are forming relationships with their students, that are recognizing needs and meeting them, that are creating safe learning spaces for the students of our community. That is happening in our schools. And I frankly resent the implication that it's not. I think it's been this whole process from the decision to discontinue the River program, those discussions then, and then everything over the summer and leading up to this night, there's been a lot of, I think, disrespect to the hard work and competence and experience and commitment of our NVUSD teachers. And I don't take kindly to that. River School did not invent social emotional learning. I will give them the credit that in the 90s, when they started as a charter school, it was an innovation. And so was project-based learning in the 90s. It was a creative, innovative model, but it's 2021. It is not an innovative model anymore. It is accepted pedagogy. And it's pedagogy and programming that our district is building on in a major way. And also, the petitioners talk about how they will offer MTSS, multi-tier system of support. Well, we've had numerous presentations in our board meetings about the fantastic work that our district instructional team has been doing on strengthening and rolling out this MTSS program district-wide, and it is fantastic. And there were no details in the petition to tell me how they would implement their MTSS. They just included it several times as a buzzword, but it's hard for me to imagine that they would do a better job at it than what we have heard presented by our instructional division and what I know is being rolled out district-wide now. And just a quick word about kind of walking the walk. There's a lot of sort of preciousness about how safe and supportive and unique the River model was, and that clearly is what the Maya Kamas petitioners are wanting to offer, and that's certainly what they're pitching. But it's been so divisive. And I just find it really ironic that, for example, in the letters to the editor, we're all being called names, on the Maya Kamas supporters Facebook page. There's such derision and hostility. And in fact, there's an ardent supporter, Mr. Tony Parisi, who's called us all names and attacked our superintendent. And to the point, I screenshotted a comment where he called Dr. Massetti the devil incarnate. And not only was that comment not deleted, it was left to stand and it was liked by several other supporters of the school. So how is that walking the walk of social emotional learning? I would love for someone to explain to me how that embodies the ethos of the small, safe school community. There's really only one factor that differentiates this school from our comprehensive middle schools, and that's its size. Not class size, not student-teacher ratio, just the actual physical size of this campus and the number of students on it. And size is not pedagogy. Size is not innovative programming. It's just not. It's not a unique program that they're offering. It's cultivating an elite private school offering on the taxpayer's dime to the detriment of the rest of the students of NVUSD. And our job as a Board of Education is to consider the impact on all of the students of NVUSD. And that's what we're doing here tonight. And for those who say, oh, it's just a small percentage of your overall budget. Well, this is taxpayer money. And loss of funding and loss of staff. It's not about union wanting to keep their dues. That's insulting. Teachers and full-time educator position, staffing position represents programming to our students. And if we lose staff, we lose programming. And if we lose staff and programming to fund small private school type environment for a group of students that, despite the claims made by the petitioners, is likely not to reflect the demographics of our community, that would be an unethical decision for us. The petitioners have run a really impressive PR campaign for the project. They have been out there at the farmers markets, they're walking the streets. I saw a friend of mine last week who said, oh, I talked to this guy for 5 minutes and he was so interested in me supporting this school. And he asked me if I'd take a lawn sign. And so I did, but I'm not going to put it in front of my house. Lawn signs are also not a plan. It feels to me like there's been a really well-honed 3-minute elevator pitch and it ended there. That's where it ended. And we see from the public comment tonight, there were more people in opposition to this petition than for it. So for all the claims of the public is clamoring for this school and they're demanding it and we are ignoring their will if we don't approve, that is not what the data bears out. From the input that we've gotten tonight, from the input that we've gotten on our previous hearing, from the emails that I've gotten, from the petitions that I've read, it's a very small vocal minority that wants to get its way. And I too, I want to echo what Trustee Waters said. I've been disappointed. After the end of the River program, I had high hopes, which makes me feel very naive, that there would be sort of a realization that the public school educators that were at River Middle School would understand, you know, we're sad that we've lost something that is special to us, but it's special to us because we believe in our ideas and we believe in the lessons that we have fine-tuned here about social emotional learning. And we want all of the students of Napa Valley to benefit from this. And I really hoped that there would be a collegial, cooperative movement to say, you know what, let's spread the River teachers out to all of the remaining middle schools and make sure that our expertise is not lost, because we built something here and we want to share it because all students deserve to benefit from what we think is a fantastic model. And that's not what happened. That is not how it played out. And this whole experience has been eye-opening for me and has revealed a lot about the, you know, like I've said, there's a difference between talking the talk and walking the walk. For me, a vote to approve this petition would be a statement of belief that this team is equipped to deliver high quality education to our students. And I just don't believe that to be true for all of the myriad reasons that all of my colleagues and the staff presentation have highlighted. It would have to be an indication that I would think that the students would be at least served as well as they would be served at our comprehensive middle schools. And I don't believe that to be true. And I think it would be unethical for me to allow them to kind of learn on the job at the expense of at least 180 of our community's children. And I won't take that gamble with the educational lives of our students. The stakes are too high to risk it. And I don't want to subject the students or the community to the disruption of a charter that's likely to fail, as we've seen laid out in the finances. So, the charter law that was quoted by the petitioner is that there's a clear place for quality charter schools. And I wish that this petition represented a quality charter school with innovative ideas and a clearly articulated plan, and it doesn't. So I cannot support this petition.
Thank you, Trustee Reiser. Before I make my concluding comments, would Student Board Rep Bitt like to make a comment?
Yes, please. Thank you, President Jankowicz. So to start off, I would like to first say thank you to those who have reached out to me or included me in important discussions in regards to this topic, even though my vote is preferential. With that being said, I believe my background is very education oriented, which has surely impacted my perspective of this situation. I'm unsure if I've ever shared this, but my mom is actually a third grade teacher. She's been teaching for 23 years at a public Title I elementary school, and I've truly grown up in her classroom. Throughout the years, I've watched firsthand the true consequences of insufficient funding in schools. Every year, my mom pays for a lengthy list of items out of pocket. This includes basic school supply necessities for an elementary school classroom, such as crayons and markers, pencils, rulers, papers, etc. And my own teachers continue to do the same. This year, my AP Environmental Science teacher, Mrs. Hilliard, provides notebooks and lab materials for her multiple class periods. And when she needs items to enhance our learning experience, she has to continue to pay out of pocket if she cannot pull together enough donated funding from her Donors Choose site. My AP Literature and Composition teacher, Mrs. Goff, has a closet with granola bars, water, and more that she purchases to ensure her students never have to go through any school day hungry. I've been afforded quality education from amazing teachers who constantly have to make personal sacrifices to provide not just academics, but an enriching curriculum and experience for their students. I am a major advocate for inclusivity on campuses, and I know that it's well known that learning is not a one-track path. There are so many methods and approaches that are called upon to fill the needs of all students. However, these alternative methods are and can be provided by our pre-existing schools. Listening to Ms. Yee and Ms. Daly's presentation, the whole child education section was quite interesting to me. I appreciated them touching on claims that students will have more chances to express themselves, reinforce their social skills, etc. But it's my belief that these opportunities are not unique to a charter school. Each of our current respective campuses have a wide range of programs, support groups, and more that are offered to our student bodies. However, I've watched the arts program on my campus truly suffer due to the lack of funding. Our choir and music programs have to host various fundraisers throughout the year in order to provide adequate resources and experiences for students. Our athletics program is powered by our parent volunteers who have to donate their time and energy. And in fact, this Saturday, dozens of students, parents, and teachers will be at my school for nearly the entire day to host our annual tri-tip dinner fundraiser just to have enough money for buses, jerseys, etc. for various sports teams. Prior to this meeting, I took the time to read over the charter petition for the Mayacamas Charter Middle School. I reviewed the physical staff report, and I also received and reviewed a petition to deny the Mayacamas Charter from the Napa Valley Educators Association. When I first learned about this petition, I was initially confused because I just couldn't understand why there was a desire for a new independently operated middle school in Napa, especially because I didn't really have any prior background knowledge of what charter schools were. I knew that there was mentions of alternative learning and serving the needs of students, but there was never a substantial reason mentioned why this school is necessary in our current climate. And upon hearing public comments, it's come to my understanding that there are concerns around the atmosphere on our pre-existing campuses. I heard fights being referenced, which I too believe are a concern, but not one that can be solved through opening another school. Being a product of public education, I've been taught problem-solving strategies from K through 12, and it's inevitable that we run into obstacles and bumps in the road. And I see that this situation is extremely similar to ones that I run into daily. For example, when writing timed essays for English class, I often run into writer's block, and occasionally I review what I've already written and realize that I need to alter my approach to the prompt. When writing essays in general, there is erasing, revisions, notes in the margins, and more. However, if every time I ran into a problem, I decided to pull out another piece of paper and start an entirely new essay, I would never have a finished product. If we run into issues on our pre-existing campuses and decide that opening a new school is the solution, we will end up with multiple mediocre and even unsatisfactory institutions and zero progress. My concluding statement is that my personal belief is that public money must stay in the true public system where all schools and students within this district can benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you to the petitioners, Ms. Yee and Ms. Daly, and supporters for your effort on behalf of the proposed Maya Commas Charter School. I acknowledge the hard work that has taken place. Your video highlighted your belief in the important role education plays in the lives of children, and I agree. Thank you to staff for your due diligence and comprehensive analysis of the submitted petition. Despite the opposing views expressed here this evening, there is a point of intersection in our beliefs. We all believe in the value of education, and at the core, we are all striving to do what we believe is right. One of the fundamental responsibilities of a public official and of a trustee is to understand our role. We collectively, as a board, have a responsibility to approve a charter petition if it is sound and viable. My fellow trustees have articulated their concerns and have addressed key deficiencies in the petition document. Due to great duplicity, I have adjusted my comments and will take a brief moment to state my primary concerns upon which this entire petition rests. Without financial stability, there is no ability to execute on any of the operational functions. They go hand in hand. For me, the rest of the discussion almost becomes null and void as the assumptions are not grounded in substantive data. They are used as a baseline to justify the balance of the operating budget. The unduplicated count is my first point of contention. Accurate financial forecasting is the responsibility of the petitioners in order to assess the quantitative impact of its primary fiscal efforts. It is imperative that the Maya Commas Charter properly quantifies their operational costs and their fiscal assumptions in order for implementation to be successful. Yet this has not been done. Forecasting credible revenue projections and corresponding operational costs are the framework and foundational integrity of any school startup. The financial and operational plan for the charter is not viable as it is based on unsupported and unrealistic assumptions. The revenue is overstated, the operating expenses are grossly understated, and the projections based on the unduplicated student count undermines all the subsequent projections, and therefore implementation of the educational plan cannot be executed as stated. A reminder, LCFF revenues are funded at the lower rate of the actual unduplicated count of the charter. Given that the unduplicated count for the district has never been above the 57%, the charter cannot assume funding at 60%. Title I revenues, also based on that incorrect supposition, the free and reduced rate of families that you signed the petition is also inaccurate. So based on your enrollment projections, as stated in your petition, you will carry a 5% reserve. But given faulty assumptions, a need will exist to finance any cash flow deficits. And so there is a strong probability that the charter will not meet its financial obligations over the first 3 years. This observation is validated by the FICMAT footnote on page 14 of the staff report. Money does matter. If the basic financial premise is faulty, the ability to provide educational resources becomes increasingly limited. I understand that funding alone cannot provide improved learning outcomes, but it does define the fundamental condition that makes them possible. We as an educational community do not want any school to fail. In public education, there are societal expectations, but the reality is there are practical legislative requirements as well. My decision is not void of emotion, but it certainly cannot be executed on emotion. The data as presented in the charter petition does not have a reasonable chance of executing on the assumptions as laid out. They are predicated on a false premise, and therefore successive assumptions cannot be deemed viable. Budgets in the public arena are the definitive policy document. The intention of budgeting is to guarantee educational opportunities for students. There is a direct correlation between operational integrity and student outcomes. Schools are development agencies for communities, but schools must represent the entire community, not a fractional subset of the community based on subjective want. As a governing board, we must prioritize the interests of all of our students in alignment with legislative and financial policy, as well as continuing to institute a culture of support and success within our NVUSD community. Ms. Yee, per your request from last evening's email, I have reviewed the signatures and read the comments. And I do understand the feel-good nature of the comments, but this type of support doesn't matter for execution, only enrollment does. Enrollment drives the budget, enrollment drives revenue, and revenue allows you to execute your educational plan and meet your obligation, not signatures. Trustees, do you have any additional comments? With that, I will ask for a motion to approve the final action on Maya Kama's Charter Middle School petition, action item L1B.
Yep, I'll move to approve resolution 2216 to deny the charter petition.
I'll second.
I have a first by trustee Gracia. I have a second by trustee Gonzalez Mares. Ms. Morales, this will be a roll call vote.
Yes. Student Board Member Bit,
Aye.
Trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
Trustee Gracia,
Aye.
Trustee Water,
Aye.
Trustee Ricer,
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
Trustee Shu,
Aye.
Trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take we have it's time for a break. It's 9:11. So to the watching public, please give us a few moments. We'll be back in about 5. Thank you so much. you very much. We are now moving to item J, approval of the consent agenda. Background information on these items is provided to the board prior to the meeting. A common motion takes action without discussion on roll call vote unless discussion of item or items is requested by the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Julie. All those in favor?
We need a roll call.
Roll call vote. Vera, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, student board member Big,
She has left for the evening due to.
okay. Trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez Mares, trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. We are now at presentations and discussions, K1A, public hearing. School board trustee area redistricting. The Board of Education will be holding a public hearing to receive public comments and input from communities of interest in the Napa Valley Unified School District. The district's redistricting consultants, Q2 Data and Research LLC, will facilitate the hearing by providing information about communities of interest and being available to answer questions about the decennial redistricting process underway based on the 2020 census data. Members of the public are welcome and encouraged to provide live comments at the public hearing and are also welcome and encouraged to submit written comments before, during, or after the public hearing. For more information on how to submit input after the public hearing, please go to www.nvusd.org/redistricting. We will now open the public hearing. At Q2, are you available? And thank you so much for your patience this evening.
Good evening, board. Yes, I am here. This is Jane Hood from Q2 Data and Research on behalf of my colleagues Karen McDonald and Tamina Alon tonight to review some maps with you. So I'll keep things as short as possible. I know it's very late for you all. And essentially what we have for you tonight is two visualizations. Visualization A and visualization B. And we call these visualizations before they are approved or officially drawn as draft maps. So tonight we're looking for direction from you how to move forward with these two options that we have for you. You could select both of them as draft maps. You could select one as a draft map, or you could, make changes to one that you're particularly interested in and have a few versions of that modified perhaps from what we're showing you tonight. So that's the point of the process we're in right now. And then we can revisit these maps and continue to make changes to them or add additional maps in the future as well. I do want to take a brief moment to just highlight for anyone who is watching at this point that if you would like to draw a map yourself, either of one trustee area or of a whole redistricting plan, you can go to the redistricting website and use the online tool there and take a look at census data and get your hands in for a redistricting proposal, which we can submit to the board for considering over the two options that we have prepared for you tonight. And then if the board would like, we can go into make modifications on them, or we can, proceed and post these as draft maps. So I will share my screen. The first option we have for you is option A. And this is essentially the exact same map that you have right now. It modifies your current boundaries just a little tiny bit between between trustee area 3 and 5, which, if you'll remember, the population data there for the 2020 census showed that those two trustee areas were the furthest away from the ideal population. So they needed to come into compliance and equalize between them. And so that's what we did in this plan. All other trustee areas remain unchanged from your current boundaries. So with that, I'll just read the deviations here in case they're a little small for anyone. So for visualization A, trustee area 1 here in blue is at 0.34% over the ideal population. 2 is in red at 0.24% over the ideal population. We have 3 here in yellow at now 0.66% over the ideal. We have 4 in green at minus 2.4%. 5 is back in the middle in purple at 0.34%. 6 is at 0.89%, and 7 is just a little bit below at 0.09% below. So that is an overview of option A. Again, extremely similar to your current boundaries. And I'll just take you to the one area where we made changes to balance that population. And you can see here, the green is your current boundaries for your trustee areas. And then in black, we have the proposed visualization A boundaries. So currently your boundary goes along Napa Creek and Cedar Avenue. And in order to just balance this population here between these two trustee areas, the boundary would run along California Boulevard, F Street, and Jefferson Street. So that's one way to balance. Of course, there are many other, ways we could balance population between these two trustee areas. And if there are communities of interest that you all know about or want to provide direction on how we can keep them together better, perhaps looking at another area between 3 and 5 to balance, we can explore other options. But this is one way to balance the current plan with making very minor adjustments. So that's option A. And then the second option we have is based on comments that we received to take a look at the Napa County Progressive Alliance submission that they made during the districting process. So we took that shapefile and looked at it with 2020 census data and tried to follow that, the spirit of that map as closely as possible with balancing the trustee areas, of course, with the new data. So here is this plan, and essentially, the main difference here is we have an American Canyon district, District 2, as you'll remember, or trustee area 2, excuse me, it's very late. Trustee area 2 here in red, and this is a big point of obviously conversation in your districting process, how we want to address and best represent American Canyon. And in this plan, American Canyon is sort of in a concentrated trustee area down at the bottom, and 7 stretches, around American Canyon, taking parts of it and going all the way up to the north of the district. And so that's really the main difference, and the rest of the adjustments in this plan sort of follow from that section. And so I'll just go over, the 7 trustee areas a little bit here, but just sort of that's the high level difference between A and B. Of course, we have 1B here at minus 1.05%, so a little below the ideal population. Again, I mentioned as American Canyon High School are labeled, but the main divider Donaldson Way, and then West American Canyon Road, again, we join. And so this is one way to, draw a balanced district here. So we have 2B at minus 1.17%. 3B is at minus 1.6% here in the center. And again, these images are on the redistricting website if you'd like to take a look at them closer yourself. I know I'm going through them a little bit quickly, and there's a lot of detail here, so happy to revisit them tonight if there are more questions about specific areas. 4B is at positive 0.79%. 5B is at 3.89%. Above the ideal population. And then we have 6B here at minus 1.03%. And this is an area where we you'll note that we actually did make some changes here to keep together the vintage high families communities of interest that was received, which is right here. This was received in the previous process, and per board direction, we were instructed to take a look at those same communities of interest again this time. So that's what we did. And then finally, we have 7B in brown, and that is, your West District, that comes to 0.15%. So these are the two visualization options that we have for you tonight. Again, happy to answer questions or take a look at them more closely, but we're hoping to hear from you again, direction on how to move forward with either or one of these maps or versions of these maps that you might modify here tonight as draft map options to revisit again at the January meeting.
Ms. Hood, thank you very much. Trustees, do you have any comments? Trustee Gracia, would you like to start?
Yep, I'd be happy to. So I like the elegance of map A. We're moving just a small portion from one area to the next and leaving the otherwise good boundaries alone. The second option does terrible things to the boundaries and the trustee areas and divides communities that seem like it is done in a very unnatural way and in a very strange manner. I feel like this map in particular suffers from the same problem that we had last time, which is certainly that it maybe improves what things look like in South County, but that does awful things to the map inside the city of Napa. It just, there are so many things wrong with option B that I don't even know where to begin. There's so many areas that are chopped up in weird ways and in ways that, just don't make sense for, I mean, you're basically cutting large parts of neighborhoods off from other parts. It's really a bad design as far as what happens in the city of Napa. I do understand the desire for the AMCAN bubble, to have an area that is guaranteeing, I guess, a seat to American Canyon, but not with this map. Like the way that the other areas are designed it's just bad. It's really bad.
Do any other trustees have a comment? Trustee Chu?
So I have to agree with Trustee Gracia about map number 2, visualization B. I appreciate the fact that American Canyon is in this map is going to be guaranteed a seat on this board. But I would say probably not at the sacrifice of everything else. So if there's any way for us to take a look at visualization A and make that shift of the boundary somehow to get it to have, I guess, the intent of the Voters' Right Act to guarantee that we will have representation. If we can do something better with visualization A, I would think that would be better serving our communities all around.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment?
Sure, I can follow up with what Trustee Chu just said. If we adopt something like A, but change the South County boundaries to better incorporate or solidify the possibility of a American Canyon seat, I don't think that's an unreasonable move to make. But this option B is definitely not it, and it's not even close to it. So if we explore maybe option A and then see what can be done with those two South County seats and whether or not something closer to a bubble is possible for AMCAN. I think that's at least worth exploring, but what we have here in B is definitely not it.
Are you comfortable with that?
Can I clarify one thing?
Please.
American Canyon's population is 22,000. There's no way all of us will fit into one area. So I know there are a lot of people who think that we're going to be lumped into one area. It's not going to happen.
Right.
We will be a majority in one and a minority in another, if not wholly in one, and then, a minority in another. So we will have a possibility of having two people from American Canyon on those two seats. However, that has to come with engagement from our community. If our community does not step up to run for the school board, we could have zero. It could be an empty seat. So I just want to caution, if we want to have two seats like a lot of my constituents are asking me about, and Trustee Reiser's constituents are saying as well, we just have to be very cognizant of that. And that community engagement is very important. Without that, you will have zero representation. So I just want to caution the community about that. But that also to the reality of American Canyon is too big for two, or too big for one, but too small for two. But we will have representation in two of these seats.
I'd like to add that we are a district that spans multiple jurisdictions that have different interests, and we are charged with balancing those interests to make decisions that affect everyone. And so, on the one hand, we want to ensure representation that's meaningful for all those jurisdictions. On the other hand, we want to make sure that the interests of each of our board members is in the whole. And, I think I agree. I think map or visualization A is a good starting point. Obviously, it was good when it was adopted and without these minor adjustments. But we need to keep looking at that issue of representation versus kind of unifying the various interests in the district.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Hood, do you have enough information to proceed with direction?
Yes, so obviously I'm hearing from the board that we want to move forward with map A as an option, and sort of going along maybe variations on A. So I'm just going to really quickly, if I could open up map A and just sort of take a look at a few areas maybe we could have those variations in, and just get a little bit more specific direction, and perhaps do just a few minutes of live mapping to get maybe a second variation on A. And then we could perhaps post two options as draft maps if that's okay with the board.
That is okay with the board. Thank you.
Thank you. So here we are in map A, and I'm hearing that we might want to take a look at sort of the southern two districts, southern two trustee areas, excuse me, and balance between, try and maintain what's been done in Napa and create, slightly some differences in the South. So is there a way you see doing that? One option we could look at is obviously 4A right now is a little bit underpopulated, and so we could perhaps take some from 2 and start moving in that direction, so that we don't have to touch up here.
I feel like we're not seeing what you're describing. We're still stuck on a different thing on our screen. So.
Oh, okay. Let me reshare. Hopefully I've been sharing a correct screen this whole time. Thank you for. Are you seeing map A?
Yes.
Yes, now we are.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm so sorry. I must have been sharing the wrong screen this whole time.
It's okay, we're
Um,
in our presentation, so we've been able to follow you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so to my previous comments, we have trustee area 4 is slightly underpopulated, and so could perhaps pick up some from 2 if we wanted to, try and move 2 a little bit down and more concentrated in the American Canyon area, like has been done in B. Is that a direction we could move in, just to take a look there?
I mean, that sounds reasonable. Maybe bringing to a more south and west, and then 4A could go more north and east.
So I will zoom into this area a little bit more that we're focusing in. And then start to pick up some of these from 2. So obviously then we start getting larger blocks here, but feel free to tell me when to stop. I'll pause here and just let you know that the if we were to make that change, 2 would go to minus 7.74%. So we'd have to pick up some additional population, perhaps getting more American Canyon into 2.
Right. Why don't we try doing that now?
Okay. There we go. Start adding, and please direct me. We'll stay within the boundaries of American Canyon. I believe this is part of it as well. And then keep going up till we hit some population. Oh, okay, so we've gone a little bit past. Go back.
Where do we sit now as population wise?
With this, 4 is a little bit under, so I'm just taking a bit off. I apologize for. Okay, here's something that's getting close to reasonable. So this takes 2 to 2.58% over, and 4 to minus 4.74. So somewhere around here we could get pretty close to balanced.
Lisa, what do you think?
So Watson's Ranch is actually being built at this point. I know we can't really include their numbers because we don't have numbers from that community yet. But I think 2 whatever percent over in area 2, I don't know, would that be able to accommodate that?
If there is
Yes.
a population increase, what does that look like?
Right,
But on the
because that really is gonna, in our district, that is the biggest development that's going online at this point.
But isn't that going to take like another 10 years?
I was gonna say
By the
that's,
time we'll have another
That's
census.
true.
So it's not like it's
That's
growing
true.
next
I
year.
don't know
It's
that it
like-
has to be a consideration at this point.
We will, yeah, and it's like a
Exactly.
10-year.
in
long process.
2031, when we do this again, then we
Mhm.
can consider that issue, I think. I
Yeah.
think we're premature in doing it now because it's a 10-year build process at least.
And I think as we assess, I know there's growth in American Canyon, we perceive growth in American Canyon. In American Canyon, but I think we have to deal as closely as we can with the numbers that we are given today.
Right.
Can we get it closer to zero?
Waiting for Costco.
Wait, yes. Well, that's a song, but that's for later.
Can we know what the percentage, if this map is going to move forward, what is the percentage of American Canyon residents that's going to go into the other area? I know American Canyon will be almost, it will be 100%. But what about the other area? What percentage of American Canyon will be in that area, trustee area?
In 4.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So let me just briefly. So I just made a few changes here to get close to 0. So and this is just one way to do that. But this takes 2 to minus 0.36% and 4 to minus 1.8%. So we get pretty close to balance, and that's Donaldson Way here as this boundary, and then Donaldson Way West at the top. And so something like that, if we're looking before, let me just tell you how many people of American Canyon are in 4. And so that is 5,296 people. Of 4 are from American Canyon.
5,296.
Yes.
So is 2 now exclusively in American Canyon?
Yes.
Because I think, wasn't that sort of one of our thoughts, was if we have area 2 have nothing in Napa, then that guarantees that there will be at least 1 seat on the board that is a resident of American Canyon.
Mhm.
And I can't really process the map right now.
There's a
So
lot of
that's-
emptiness in area 2 in this map visualization.
Correct.
And let me just zoom out so we can see the overview again.
Potential.
I can't read those numbers either.
So this says in red, we have 2A at minus 0.36% and 4A at minus 1.8%. Let me just make those a little bit bigger for you font wise.
So how many people of AmCan are in 2A, Lisa?
2A.
All of the people in
think
2A
almost
are
all.
in AmCan,
Right, I just want to know how many.
Oh, yeah.
like 16-ish thousand, 500.
Yeah, 16,541.
16,000, okay. And then about 5,000 in 4A.
16,907 on one side, 5,296 in the other portion.
Okay.
Right, so there would be about 10,000 Napa people in 4A.
So it could go either way as far as a trustee.
So in 4A, it would be like around 30% American Canyon.
Correct.
I think it's,
Roughly.
I mean, that's a much better
yeah.
proportionment than we've had.
Right.
Okay.
So this could be our second option.
Right. So we give the nod that we work on this. We have another iteration and another public hearing. Do you need anything else from us, Ms. Hood?
No, I think if you're okay with that, we can post both draft or both visualization A and then this A modified as the 2 draft maps to revisit in January.
Okay.
And just to answer that question, in 4A, this version of 4, there are 9,727 people from Napa.
Okay.
And the school, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but the school sites aren't visualized on the map. So I'm just kind of curious, does 2A then have ACHS and Canyon Oaks?
I'm sorry, I think my Wi-Fi might be cutting out, but I think you're asking about school sites. And just as I zoom in, I can show you in 2, we have American Canyon High and Canyon Oaks Elementary. And then we have Donaldson Way Elementary, American Canyon Middle, and then obviously Christian Academy up here in 4.
And Napa Junction.
And Napa Junction.
Napa Junction.
The new campus. So the
Right.
schools won't change.
So the schools
This
don't
map
change,
shows
it's
old
just-
Napa Junction, but new Napa Junction will also be, yeah,
Right,
will
okay.
also be.
So the school distribution is the same.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, I'd like to take a moment and ask if there's any public comment on this item.
We do not have a public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Okay, I think we will close the public hearing unless anyone has anything else to add. Ms. Hood, thank you. We are closing the public hearing.
Thank you very much. We'll look forward to presenting these to you again in January. Have a good rest of your meeting. Good night.
Okay, we move on to K2A, presentation on the 2021-22 first interim report. Mr. Mangwala? Are you with?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to update the board on first interim. I think this is the first time we've been a day late. So let's just go ahead and get started. Mr. Jordan, or Jordan, can you please bring it up? Next slide, please. So let's first start by talking about the economic outlook. Inflation and supply chain issues are causing cost increases. Inflation is running at the highest level that it's been since the 1980s. The Great Resignation is causing employee shortages and upward wage pressures. The Legislative Analyst Office is also predicting another cost of living adjustment in the 5% range. This is pretty significant given that the current year was 5% and the result of getting 2 years COLA in 1 year. Another record budget for education is expected, but there's great uncertainty about if the budget will contain enough unrestricted revenues versus restricted program focused revenues. Next slide, please. So this is something new for our first interim. It's a comparison of where we're at budget adoption versus first interim. And so when you look across the bottom row, you can see that we still have very significant deficit spending. When we adopted the budget, we were at about 7.7 million. We've managed to kind of whittle that down a little bit to 5.1 million. And so we still have a lot of work to do in terms of potential cuts that we need to do throughout this year. And then also the revenue outlook is slightly better. Declining enrollment is so bad across the state that they actually may do something from a legislative standpoint to address declining enrollment by looking at using a 3-year average daily attendance. Next slide, please. So this shows our reserves. You can see that our reserves have definitely gone up as a result of a number of things. A lot of the hard work that we've done, including staffing cuts, staffing formulas, we've had to close some schools. Then also running a school in a pandemic that has resulted in significant savings. Remember, these are just one-time monies. Next slide, please. So you can see in this slide, we've had very significant declining enrollment. Enrollment at the time of this slide was at about 16,525. We have even dropped below this number. So we do anticipate to continue with declining enrollment. There are a number of factors for this. The area has gotten very expensive. We have very low birth rates across the state and even the nation. And so this is especially impactful in California. Next slide. What are the financial implications? Declining enrollment will have a negative impact on revenues for the foreseeable future. Enrollment decline did increase due to COVID-19. Attendance has been declining also, which will impact 2021-22 revenues. This is a result of COVID-19. So typically our attendance rates sit around 95%. As a result of the pandemic, we're sitting around 91%. And so again, a lot more kids staying home sick and for a variety of reasons. Both certificated and classified cuts will need to occur every year as long as we have declining enrollment. We'll need to execute on the Harvest Middle School closure. And we may also need to continue to close elementary schools in the future. Next slide, please. These are some of the revenue assumptions. So year one ADA is fixed based on last year. So that's the current year. Year one is the current year. Year two ADA for 2022-23 will be lower due to decreased attendance from COVID-19. So decreasing attendance for this current year. Year three ADA is based on enrollment projections and an average daily attendance rate of 95%. ADA is typically 95%. Due to COVID, it's assumed that we'll recover a little bit. I did mention that we're looking around 91% right now, but we are anticipating that our ADA will recover after we get out of the winter period. So even though there's also a COLA assumption of 2.48% for year three, revenues are expected to be reduced by over $7 million due to decreased attendance rates and declining enrollment. Next slide. On the expenditure side, we're assuming the cost of step and column of 1.5%. We've put aside some compensation increase for the funding formula for our employees. Hopefully, as we the revenue picture looks a little bit better, we'll be able to put aside additional funds. There's an assumption of a reduction of 10 teachers in 2021-22 with an estimated salary cost of $700,000. A reduction of 9 teachers in 2022-23 with an estimated salary cost of $630,000. $200,000 in classified reductions from open position list or from the open position list for both out years. And again, assumed closure of Harvest Middle School beginning in 22-23. The first year savings from closing a middle school is estimated to be about $1 million. There will be additional savings in future years. Next slide, please. We're also assuming that there'll be no contribution to food services. I do have some slides as a reminder, which specifically addresses the food services funding model. Special education costs will only increase due to salary related costs from step and column, compensation increases due to our formula, and statutory costs such as CalSTRS and CalPERS. This assumption will likely need to be increased upwards unless immediate cost containment measures are put in place for special education. As you can see in the table below, there's fairly significant cost increases for CalSTRS and CalPERS. So going from about 17% to 19% over the next year, 23% to 26%. So very, very significant increases. Next slide, please. On the expenditure side, there's also an assumption or no longer payments are due, I should say. So it's not an assumption, it's a change. We have been previously making payments on an early retirement for both certificated and classified teachers. The result is a reduction in certificated benefit costs of $852,000 and $219,000. Next slide. So this is our multi-year projection. And again, this is a projection based on the best information that we know at this time. We anticipate that we'll end the year with a reserve around 16%. For the current year, for year 2, 16%, and year 3, 14%. But again, very significant deficit spending in year 2 and year 3. Next slide, please. This slide does show something very significant here. And so what this slide shows is if you go back and you look at our reserves in 2016-17, when they were hovering at about the minimum of about 3%, our reserves were $2.7 million. If you look at our deficit for next year, it's $5.1 million. So literally, the deficit in 2022-23 for this coming year is almost double our actual reserves from 2016-17. So if the pandemic occurred in 16-17, our financial outlook would be very, very different right now. We'd be bankrupt, right? So the importance of building up a reserve for a rainy day, for a future pandemic, for costs related to that, it's just super important to do that. I mean, to put it into perspective, if you think about the number of months in a year, there's 12 months in a year, 1 divided by 12 is about 8%. So with our reserves sitting at about 16%, we essentially have about 2 months reserves in the bank right now. So not a lot of money. Next slide. So what are our current year challenges? So some of our current year challenges again are that declining enrollment and reduced attendance will negatively impact revenues. We'll need to continue to right size our district, including the number of facilities. Inflation is causing an increase in goods, services, and wage costs. The Great Resignation is causing employee shortages. Staffing formulas will need to continue to focus on classified staffing in 2021-22 due to changes in the classified layoff timeline. Next slide, please. And so for the remainder of the presentation, I'm going to jump into our presentation about food services, and then I'll give some time at the end for questions related to the entire presentation. And so trustees did ask for a presentation and an update about food services. The reason for their request was we have had very significant deficit spending in food services where we've had to contribute funds from the general fund. There's been a very significant change in the funding model, which definitely has improved the outlook for food services. So just a little highlights about food services. So the NOSH food service program, the Scratch Kitchen, the initial year of self-operating status was in July of 2018. Prior to that, food services was managed by Sodexo for 33 years. The food service program is highly regulated both at the federal and state level for procurement, national quality, and operations. Food services is the only department that has a budget separate from the district where they need to break even or bring in extra revenue. So if you look back to the Chef Ann Foundation, they did help us in terms of getting to the self-operating status. And we were awarded a grant of just over $500,000 from 2017 to 2020. Next slide, please. So what this slide shows is it shows revenues versus expenses going back to 2016-17. You can see that we had very significant deficit spending for all years up until the pandemic, essentially. At the turn of the pandemic, there were some very significant changes to the funding model, where eventually, very recently, it was changes that'll change to allow us to be funded for every meal served. And so we're very happy about this. It's an exceptional opportunity for our community to offer valuable lunches and breakfast. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the deficit for all those years. So you can see, again, very significant deficits. At one point, it was up to $1 million in 2017-18. At the pandemic, again, the new funding model for 2021, you can see they built up a significant reserve of $1.7 million. Next slide, please. And so what does it look like going forward? Again, going forward, it looks like, and again, all students may request a meal for breakfast and lunch at no charge. The state will supplement federal funding to cover the cost of meals provided for students. Next slide. And what does this year's outlook look like? So we're projecting revenues of $5.8 million, expenses of $5.2 million. And we're also expecting to spend less than what we bring in. So we'll add to the fund balance in the amount of about $600,000. A little word of caution, though, we do anticipate as we continue to serve additional meals, the cost will go up. We'll buy more food. We'll need to hire additional employees, but we still anticipate that we will not need to make a contribution to the food service program in the near future. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mangwala. Do I have any questions?
Comments?
Comments?
Sure. So first I want to say I'm glad to see that we've shifted away from having to generally contribute to the food budget to actually making the food self-sustainable. That's a huge improvement from where we started. $1 million in the hole every year versus this past year, $1 million to the positive is a huge difference. The rest of my comments will be about the budget. As we approach second interim, I would like to see us focus on cutting costs further to see if we can reduce the amount of deficit spending in years 2 and 3. We will need to continue to cut costs in order to not deplete our current reserve, as the decline in enrollment continues to dramatically impact our revenue in a negative fashion. If Governor Newsom continues to fund our schools through restricted categoricals, balancing the budget is only going to get harder, despite what is estimated to be a bumper budget surplus next year. I continue to be concerned about what appears to be runaway spending on our SPED program. SPED spending continues to significantly encroach upon the general fund, and I urge the district to implement immediate cost containment measures necessary to halt these runaway expenditures. I would like to see us focus significant energy in this area to bring costs down by making our delivery of services much more efficient. Despite my distaste for school closure, I would like to see the district examine the possibility that we may need to close more elementary schools in order to remain fiscally solvent. I would ask that staff propose a timeline around which we would execute on said closures should they be deemed necessary. Additionally, I continue to be concerned about our unfunded OPEB liability that continues to grow unchecked. I would like to hear some strategies about how we plan to address this ever-expanding liability moving forward.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia. Does anybody else have any comments, questions? Trustee Water? And the nearby cowbell?
I don't know, it's like, what's going on?
Just one moment, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, they're driving around the parking lot ringing their cowbell.
Did we win a game or something?
Somebody in an SUV just driving around.
Hmm.
Well, let's stay refocused here. Does anybody else have any comments on first?
I was just going to thank David for his dose of reality, just as I was feeling pretty good about not being on the verge of bankruptcy like we were a few years ago. So, you know, thanks. I can always count on you.
Thank you, Mr. Mangwala. We will now move.
I just have one quick
Yeah.
question. Beyond just my, expressing my gratitude for the continual efforts to, keep us in a fiscally safe condition. I found that visual about the reserves and from previous year, and what would have happened if the pandemic had hit us then to be really impactful. And I'm interested, it doesn't need to be an answer now, but, feel free to email me. But I'd like to know how we can be, take a more active role, or I'd like to take a more active role in sort of advocating for those changes. I know you mentioned that there's the potential for changing the ADA calculation to be a rolling average of 3 years as opposed to 1. And we're not the only district that's facing increased absences because of COVID quarantining. So, trying to affect change in the policy in Sacramento so that our funding is not impacted through things like COVID quarantining. So, sorry, I'm tired. I'm kind of rambling, but any instruction or suggestions as to how we as trustees can be active advocates for those policy changes in Sacramento, I would appreciate guidance.
Absolutely. A letter to CSBA, things like that. I can certainly discuss it with you offline.
Thanks.
I think the momentum at this point is there. I mean, we'll see what happens. Everyone is very much aware we started writing letters back in September about it. So we think that something will definitely occur, but we'll have to wait and see. We can chat offline.
Thank you. All right, we are moving on to action items. L1A 2021-22 first interim report, AB
Sorry, move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion passes. We have addressed L1B. Moving on to L2A, Humboldt State University MOU for intern teacher program.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, do we have public comment on this item? I apologize.
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion passes. L3A, Educator Effectiveness Block Grant Plan. Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion passes. L3B, Salvation Army NVAE Contractor Agreement 2021-22. Mr. Michaels, do we have any public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
Move to approve.
Second. Okay.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's
Those
actually,
abstain?
I second it, President
I'm sorry, I
Jenkins.
apologize.
okay.
Trustee Gonzalez Maris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain, motion passes. L4A, request for approval of agreement with Samsara for bus fleet support services.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Gonzalez Maris. Do we have any public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. L4B.
We need to vote.
Oh, so sorry. Got a little ahead of myself there.
All those.
May I
in
get a
favor?
motion?
We have it already. Just vote.
We just have to.
Oh, just a vote then.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, abstain. Motion passes. L4B, maintenance and operations disposition of assets.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Riser. Do we have any public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstain? Motion passes. L5A, SPC number 18.55-20, request to call for bids for the Napa High School gym roofing and HVAC project.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Gonzalez Maris. Do we have any public comment? We have cowbells. No public comment.
It looks like we do have public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Zoom user, go ahead.
There's some little kids out there.
Unfortunate.
I'm sorry, Zoom user, are you there?
Doesn't appear so.
Okay, I think we will then, did I have a first?
We did that already. You need to
Okay,
vote.
so all those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain, motion passes. Request to call for bids at the Redwood Middle School gym roofing and HVAC project.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Riser. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain? Do we have any public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
Motion passes. L5C SPC 15.3-22, request for approval of civil engineering services for the fire water line replacement project at Napa High School.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Riser. Do I have any public comment on this item?
Looks like we do. Zoom user, your hand is raised. Go ahead, please.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain? Motion passes. L5D SPC number 38.65-16, request for procurement of furnishings for Napa Junction Elementary from KI.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Chu. Do I have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain? Motion passes. We move on to informational items. M1A, COVID-19 public health state mandates and guidelines for California TK through 12 public schools. The Napa Valley Unified School District is required to follow state and county mandates and guidelines established by the California Department of Public Health and Napa County Public Health for operating schools during the COVID-19 global pandemic. This informational item provides the board and the public with the current guidelines being implemented by the school district, which can be viewed at cdph.ca.gov/programs/CID/DCDC/pages/COVID-19/updated-COVID-19 testing guidance ASPX in order to prioritize student and staff safety as mandated. In addition, the item provides facts about the recent announcement from the state that vaccines will be mandated for students in the near future. The vaccine mandate for students cannot go into effect until the semester following full FDA approval. The most recent announcement from CDPH has informed the district that ages 5 through 11 are now eligible for the vaccine. Mr. Michaels, do I have any public comment?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I thank you so much for the reminder, trustee Water.
Yes, M1A, COVID-19 public health state mandates and guidelines for California TK-12 public schools. The following public comment was received via electronic email. Is that redundant? Before 8 a.m. this morning. It was forwarded to you all from Maricela B. today. Actually, yesterday. We got it yesterday, I guess. It says December 8th.
Perfect. Thank you very much. M2A enrollment report.
We actually had people online.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, thank you for staying with us.
Yes, the first speaker is Pam Demick. Go ahead, please.
Pandemic.
Good morning. Recently, several school boards in California have voted against these COVID-19 mandates for their schools. Mark Twain Union and Calaveras Unified School District, along with Happy Valley Union in Shasta County, voted against the mandate requirements. Jan Erlington, the president of the Mark Twain board, was quoted saying, "We are listening to the parents." They then voted unanimously on November 4th, 2021 to reject the governor's guidelines. She was a 30-year board veteran, and she said she isn't worried about losing the governor's money, given that a survey of families found parents have more than half of the district's students said they would pull their children out of the school if meant getting the vaccine. They are all very aware there is a growing wave of resistance after the Newsom's announced his guidelines on October 1st. Recently, Apple Valley School Board also stood up against these mandates at a 5-0 district vote. And Lucerne Valley Unified Board of Trustees voted against the mandates. They believe they would be a blatant and serious infringement of its students' fundamental rights, citing legal and ethical medical principles for why it opposes enforcing such a move like these mandates. Then the superintendent of San Marcos Unified, which has students, over 20,000 students in their district, wrote in his community update online, the San Marcos Unified School District is not mandating the COVID-19 vaccine for their students. So I'm going to ask you all to please stop stating that your hands are tied and that there's nothing you can do, you kind of throw your hands up and say, oh, don't come talk to us. We can't do anything, because it makes you sound weak. I stayed up tonight. This is ridiculous that you want public comment. You want people to care. You don't. That's why everybody else dropped off. But I stayed up because this is important to me and my kids. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, Mr. Michaels.
Yes, next speaker is Samuel Nasiri. Go ahead, please.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sounds good. Hey, I'm Samuel Nasiri. I'm a current high schooler at Vintage High School. On the vaccine mandate, let me first state that I'm not opposed to anybody getting vaccinated. As a matter of fact, there are several types of people who do need to be vaccinated. However, this vaccine mandate violates what many people at Vintage stand for, what many families stand for. And actually looking at it from a fiscal perspective, we are already sort of beginning to enter crisis mode with lower enrollments, people swapping to private schools and homeschooling. And it seems like an unwise idea. I personally know many people, many families, lots of kids who refuse to get vaccinated at this point. These people would either be moving to different states or taking different methods of schooling. We are already entering crisis mode, fiscally speaking, with these lower enrollment rates and lower rates of people showing up. Going forward with these vaccine mandates would be an extraordinarily unwise idea. And I understand that sometimes it does feel like your hands are tied, but sometimes people have to take the stand for what's right and what's wise to do. Now, anybody who needs the vaccine, anybody who feels unsafe can get it. They can get boosters. Most people can get access to boosters. Everybody who feels unsafe can now feel safe because they can get access to the vaccine, and that should be more than enough. If whatever you want to call it, whether you call it the right to stupidity or the right to freedom, whatever it is, however you feel about people deciding not to get vaccinated, I'm an unvaccinated individual myself. I think the risk is high, but not even from a scientific standpoint, just from a religious standpoint and a standpoint of freedom. I do not support the mandate, especially for a disease that is so and relative to our other vaccinations, that is so out of proportion. This is so blown out of proportion. And some people just need to take a stand against that. And I would be very proud to see the Napa School Board take a stand against this vaccine mandate, especially when it could become fiscally detrimental to our school system. You guys are already talking about closing more schools. At a certain point, you just have to realize that if you keep closing schools because you keep going along with policies that get schools closed, then you're going to have no point of the school board being there anymore because there's going to be no schools left. So take a stand for your community and for everybody inside of it. Everybody who needs to be vaccinated is vaccinated, and those who don't want to be vaccinated are not vaccinated, and they're not going to get vaccinated at this point. And so just take a stand for that. And take a stand for what's responsible. Keep your schools open. Do not let people leave over something silly as this. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Michaels, do we have any more public comment?
There's no more public comment for this item.
Thank you very much.
So I just need to say that there is no sure way than to tank the finances of the district than to stop accepting state money. If we don't get the state revenue from the government, we will go bankrupt so quickly, it'll make your head spin and the state will take over, because we cannot afford to operate our schools without the revenue that comes from the state of California. It is not a realistic option for us to thumb our nose at the government and say, we don't need your damn money. Because at the end of the day, we desperately need that money. We are not a district that can operate on the tax base of our area alone. It is not feasible, and we will go bankrupt.
I'd like to add from a less practical, more principle standpoint. I don't think that taking a stand on something that is unscientific and uncommunity oriented is something that I would ever support. So, we can certainly talk on this board if we decide to make some sort of symbolic gesture, but I will not support it. So.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia. Thank you, Trustee Dooley. Any other comments?
780,000 dead.
Thank you, Trustee Water. Okay, we are moving on to informational item N2A, the enrollment report. Do I have any comment from the board other than we're still declining and it was just addressed in the first interim?
News continues to be grim.
It does.
I just wanted to comment on, to me, it's just fascinating how in some ways the public is using the declining enrollment as of a reason, just kind of almost twisting it a bit to their argument, but it's at some point you have to look at the reports that the district has shown in terms as to the reasons why. And so our demographic report shows that.
I think we
housing
discussed
cost, birth rates. I'm sure our demographic reporters would have in the report would have said something about losing kids to private schools. Like if that were a significant number, it would show up. So
it's multifaceted.
It's multifaceted, but it's just how folks are saying that it works to their argument is just fascinating.
I think the board did a great job of addressing many of the factors that influence declining enrollment, and that the mass exodus, as they refer to it, is due to a multitude of factors.
It's a cause and effect.
Not exclusive to Napa Valley Unified School District. It is a statewide trend.
As evidenced by the legislative analysts recommend or analysis that there will likely be state legislation or state funding changes. It's also a cause and effect thing. What is causing the declining enrollment versus what decisions of our board are necessitated because of declining enrollment. And a lot of people are putting the effect before the cause. So
very well said. And lastly, M3A, Stonebridge Charter Council minutes.
So I just wanted to make a quick request that in the future, if we could group these by meeting date, just sort of having them all thrown together in one big lump, it was not as easy to digest as if they had been separated out by meeting date. So I would request that in the future.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia. I'll note your request and I will talk to the instructional division that curates the minutes from the charter schools for us and to make sure that they are presented in the way that you've described.
N, additional suggestions and comments from board members and superintendent. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment on Stonebridge?
Yes. Speaker is Sherry DeBow. Go ahead.
Please go ahead. Ms. DeBow, are you there?
Looks like she's not speaking. Is that right, Mr. Michaels? Not unmuting the mic?
That is correct.
Can you unmute your mic? Okay, we're very sorry. Moving on to additional suggestions and comments from board members and superintendent. Future agenda items. And lastly, adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Gonzalez Maris. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Motion passes.
Well before 2 o'clock.
Well before 2 o'clock.
Good morning, everybody.